Chapter 1185. Han Shao thought that he was a person who convinced people with material logic. Under his explanation, threat, these armed organizations that were following behind to drink the leftovers willingly and helplessly retreated from the battle zone and changed their target. A few days later, the Black Star Corps was the only attacking force left in the Modo civilization's defense line in the Ferdinand battle zone. Black Star did not hide his arrival at the front line. The Modo Expeditionary Army had already received the news and was on high alert. Although the comrades of the Black Star Corps had all retreated, Black Star's arrival raised the Modo Expeditionary Army's alertness to a higher level than before. Black Star alone was equivalent to thousands of soldiers. 2 days later, the Modo Expeditionary Army noticed the movements of the Black Star Corps. The other party temporarily recalled the troops that were attacking the other lines of defense, gathered in a large scale, and marched toward one of the lines of defense as if they were about to launch an all-out attack. The leader was Black Star himself. The Modo Expeditionary Army immediately responded, mobilizing a large number of troops to reinforce this part of the line of defense. The enormous fleet crossed the galaxy, dragging dense streams of light behind it. After sailing for a while, the line of defense set up by the Modo Expeditionary Army appeared in front of them. It was like a long dragon made of battleships, armed fortresses, and large mechanical suits, extending all the way to the horizon. 5 celestial bodies were transported over, forming a defensive formation around each other. The 2 enormous armies were facing each other across the boundless galaxy, and the 2 armies were facing each other. In the command room of the Black Star Corps' flagship, Ames observed the battlefield view, shook her head, and said, "They don't have any beyond grade as, and they still want to fight head-on. Is Modo planning to sacrifice their entire fleet? They don't have a choice. If they don't use this stupid method, they can only sit back and watch us invade." Han Shao smiled. The only beyond grade, as who were personally involved in the battle, were himself and Ames. Although Modo had beyond grade, as they were not willing to expose their identities, and they were restricted by the association, so it was difficult for them to find an excuse to join in. Modo could not make bricks without straw. If they wanted to stop the 2 beyond grade, as they could only fight them head-on with their fleet. In a battlefield of this level, the existence of beyond grade as was of strategic importance. If there were no beyond grade as to contend against each other, they could only fill in the gaps with fleets. Even if they could stop the beyond grade as for now, it would be difficult to kill them. No matter how high the production rate was, the speed at which the soldiers were regenerating could not be compared to the speed at which a beyond grade recovered their energy. After repeating this a few times, they would suffer heavy losses. This was a bottomless pit, so all the advanced civilizations wanted to fight for a beyond grade A super. In high-intensity battlefields, the importance of beyond grade as would decrease. However, not all wars would require the use of strategic weapons of mass destruction. In a normal intensity, flickering war, beyond grade as were more than enough to lead to victory. At this moment, the fleet commander Haluz said, "Army commander, the troops have arrived at the target location. Please give us the next step." Han Shao waved his hand. "There's no need to stare at them. Just fight." The order was passed down layer by layer and quickly spread to the entire army. The next moment, the Black Star Corps launched an attack. It was as if billions of stars suddenly lit up in the dark universe, all of which were the light of psionic cannons. The light beams that were so bright that they were almost pale poured down like a storm, hitting the protective shield of the Modo civilization's base and the shields of the spaceships, creating large amounts of electric arcs like splashing water. The combined shield of the Modo Expeditionary Army's fleets flashed. The energy reserves of the shields of many spaceships in the formation suddenly dropped below the warning line, and they started to sound alarms. The Modo Expeditionary Army immediately counterattacked. The assault fleets, and battleships of both sides were activated, charging toward each other and tearing at each other. A horrifying battlefield was formed in no time. The 2 sides were enemies with no room for compromise. There was no room for words. They fought as soon as they saw each other. The war broke out immediately. Ames glanced back. Seeing Han Xiao nod, she strode out of the hatch, turned into a meteor, and charged into the battlefield herself. The majestic force field condensed into countless dragon pythons, rolling in the enemy's fleet. Pulling, tearing, vibrating, and other forces worked at the same time. The enemy spaceships were shattered into balls of twisted metal by her force field, and their formation was messed up. Her Esper ability was known for being all-round. She was good at large-area AoE attacks, which was very practical in a galactic battlefield. Han Xiao did not stay idle. He snapped his fingers, and groups of mechanical soldiers walked out of the secondary dimensional army box and entered the battlefield. The large-scale mechanical army instantly gave the enemy an overwhelming advantage. A 10-man team of soldiers could easily tear apart a Moto-heavy battleship. Meanwhile, there were at least 3 million mechanical soldiers on the battlefield, and the number was still increasing. The mechanical deity was powerful in a one-on-one battle, but the Mech Legion was still more efficient when dealing with large-scale enemies. As a peak beyond grade A and a mechanic who specialized in warfare, taking action personally on a battlefield of this level was like crushing noobs. Normally, Han Xiao might have saved some energy, but he had no intention of going easy on Moto. The two sides fought fiercely. The troops of the Moto faction were extremely passive and suffered heavy losses. Their troops were vaporized one after another. Every now and then, there would be agent organizations trying to escape from the battlefield, but most of them were targeted by the wandering mechanical army and blown into pieces. On the battlefield, the Galactic Business Alliance, Northern Battlefront, 5C Alliance, Plateau Eagle, and the other guild alliances that were on the supercluster side were hiding everywhere. They did not have any confidence like before and only wanted to survive. Luckily, we didn't bring all of our forces this time. The leader of the Northern Battlefront, Fire of North Sea, had a face full of fear. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have ignored the transfer order. The leader of Plateau Eagle had a troubled expression. Now is not the time to celebrate. The Moto Expeditionary Army won't be able to hold this line of defense. Let's think about how to protect the troops we have. Although it's not a lot, it still hurts my heart, the president of the Galactic Business Alliance said helplessly. Due to the attack of the Black Star Corps, the national war between the players was currently mainly concentrated in the Ferdinand battlefront. The player alliances of the supercluster side were temporarily under the command of the Moto civilization. When they learned that the Black Star Corps was about to launch an all-out attack, these important immortal allies also received the transfer order from Moto to guard this line of defense together. These guild alliances were not stupid. They knew that Black Star was coming from the forums, so they were careful and only brought a small number of troops to participate in the battle. Reality proved that this choice was wise. The other side had 2 beyond grade as and Moto had none. Their chances of winning were less than 1%. If these guild alliances had brought all of their assets over, they would all be dead by now. Although the main focus of the national war was the players, fleets and equipment were equally important. The guild alliances of the supercluster side had accumulated a lot of capital, but if they all died, they would not be able to fight the national war anymore. They would definitely be trampled on by the players of the Black Star Corps. Speaking of which, these guild alliances also felt very helpless. Our national war was going well, but the Black Star Corps let their boss out again. Isn't this bullying? If Black Star likes to fight in person so much, how are we going to fight against the army players? This feeling was like 2 children fighting, but the adults in the other party's family joined in. Unreasonable. During this period of time, the guild alliances have been fighting in the free competition zone, and none of the NPC organizations they met were not afraid of them, the cancer of the universe. However, the guild alliances also knew that in front of a super boss like Black Star, they, the cancer of the universe, were also a weak group. They would not be able to survive, even if they revived a few times. With the help of 2 beyond grade, as the battle became one-sided. Very soon, a gap was created in the defense line. The reinforcements could not even arrive in time, and the Moto garrison in this defense line showed signs of retreating. Han Shao observed the situation, looked at the gap created in the defense line, and said, "It's about time. We can go in now." As he spoke, he looked back at Haluz. "I'll leave a lord's avatar to guard the fleet and some mechanical troops for you. Take the army and don't attack the center of Modo. Continue to attack the various outer defense lines and focus on killing the enemy's forces." "Understood." Haluz nodded with a serious expression. After many years of leading troops, he was still quite dignified when he was not addicted to playing cards. He said, "You and Her Excellency Dragon Emperor are going to attack the Modo Expeditionary Army's base alone. You must be careful." "It's not me who should be careful, it's them." Han Shao smiled, flew out of the battleship, and pulled Ames, who had been fighting the entire time. Surrounded by the mechanical army, they quickly passed through the dense artillery fire and crossed the battlefield. The Modo Expeditionary Army was defeated again and again, unable to organize an effective interception. The battleships in front of them were destroyed by the mechanical army one after another. The two of them charged into the defense line and left, disappearing in the direction of the center of Modo. The plan that the two of them had discussed was mainly carried out by the two of them, while the rest of the troops stayed at the outer defense line to attack and restrain the enemy. This was because the Modo Expeditionary Army would definitely set up an encirclement after they entered the center of Modo, and beyond grade as were smaller targets and more agile. "What? They've charged in alone?" In the Modo Expeditionary Army's base camp, the Supreme Commander Roddick's expression changed when he heard the frontline report. He had thought that Black Star would lead the army and charge in with great fanfare, but Han Shao and Haluz went in alone, which surprised him. What's Black Star trying to do? Why did he leave his troops outside? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem like he's trying to take our territory. Someone was confused. He's here to kill. His target is us. Lagos knew what was going on. He sighed and said, "We were the ones who came up with the plan to target Aesop. Black Star probably already knows about it from other sources, so we're all targeted by him." Hearing this, everyone present could not help but panic. However, at the same time, they felt strangely flattered. They did not expect that they would one day become the target of a peak beyond Grade A's assassination mission. Could we be wrong? Maybe Black Star has other targets? Someone could not believe it. "Don't lie to yourself. He's coming for us," Roddick yelled angrily. "Then let's move away from the command center and seek refuge somewhere else." Someone hurriedly said, "It's useless. Black Star is a virtual mechanic. We can't hide from him anywhere." Roddick's face was pale as he paced back and forth. He did not regret executing Lagos' plan to target Aesop. He only regretted that it did not succeed. Now, the price of failure had arrived. This was karma. Let's ask the upper echelons for help. Since Black Star is so arrogant, we might be able to kill Black Star if the Beyond Grade as cooperate with our expeditionary army, someone carefully suggested. Hearing this, Roddick and Lagos looked at each other and saw the sadness in each other's eyes. As the upper echelons of the expeditionary army, the two of them naturally knew what choice the Modo civilization would make in this situation. Black Star had already killed his way into the hinterland. Plus, Modo would not expose their Beyond Grade as in risk coming here to save people. In other words, even if the Modo upper echelons knew about Black Star's current goal, they would not be able to help much. They had already been abandoned. In fact, when Black Star announced that he would personally join the battle, Roddick already knew that the situation was hopeless. He had asked the Modo upper echelons for help more than once, hoping to send Beyond Grade as over to defend. However, the Modo upper echelons never said anything. Instead, they only asked them to hold on and only provide resources and ordinary fleets. How could this level of support stop Black Star? This is like giving me a budget of 100 anas, but asking me to achieve the effect of 10,000 anas. I can't do it. What are the upper echelons hesitating for? Is there a need to hide the identity of a direct Beyond Grade A? If not now, when? Roddick roared in his mind, but no matter what he thought, he could not make the decision for the upper echelons. There's only one way left, which is to ask for help from the Supercluster Alliance, Lagos said with a deep voice. Roddick nodded with a dark expression. He took out his communicator entered the communication channel of the upper echelons of the Supercluster Alliance Expeditionary Army and spoke. "Guys, I need help. Black Star is attacking." He explained the situation, and the channel was silent for a while. Then, another Expeditionary Army commander from the Supercluster civilization asked with a deep voice, "What do we do? What do you want us to do? We can't stop Black Star. I hope you can send reinforcements to help us defeat Black Star. We also hope to temporarily move the command center to one of your territories. That way, Black Star won't be able to carry out the decapitation operation." "Impossible," another commander said angrily. "This is something you Moto started. Solve it yourselves." Roddick's face darkened. "We agreed to advance and retreat together. Are you going to go back on the agreement, just like that? The Covenant says that we should deal with the conflicts of the three universal civilizations together. Not all of us should pay for your own debts," someone yelled angrily. "To be honest, I've tolerated Moto for a long time." The Supercluster civilization formed the alliance to snatch development territory from the three universal civilizations. They had already suppressed a lot of their selfishness and would not continue to fight among themselves at this time. However, when it came to the overall strategy, the other Supercluster civilizations had no reason to negotiate. If there was no Beyond Grade A association and Black Star was representing the three universal civilizations, they would have provided assistance without hesitation. However, the Beyond Grade as had already formed the association and expressed that they would stay out of this, causing the advantage of the three universal civilizations' high-level combatants to disappear. This was supposed to be a good thing, but Moto had provoked Black Star. If the others got involved, who knew what the Beyond Grade A association's attitude would be? Would Black Star turn around and mess with them? They could not even take care of themselves now. No one wanted to be dragged down by Moto's mess. Therefore, the other Supercluster civilizations did not want to help Moto deal with Black Star at all. Otherwise, their overall strategy would be greatly affected. Instead of that, they might as well sacrifice their teammates to the heavens. Roddick hung up the communicator with a sour expression. Everyone present heard the conversation just now. The room was shrouded in a gloomy fog. "Looks like we can only rely on ourselves," Lagos said, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that there was no hope unless a miracle happened. Thinking of how high-spirited he was when he took office and compared it to how desperate he was now, Lagos had mixed feelings. If not for the Moto civilization's scheme against the Kundi race, they would not have been forced to accept such a mess. Moto could have been like the other Supercluster civilizations and not fallen into such a predicament. Although Lagos did not like to push the blame, at this moment, he could not help but hate the guy who suggested to the upper echelons to plot against the Kundi race. What AF * King scammer? Chapter 1186. As soon as Han Shao and Ames entered the Moto Expeditionary Army's territory, it was like adding water to a pot of oil. The Moto troops stationed in the middle ring and core of the Emerald immediately started moving, searching for the two of them everywhere. Some of the fleets of the front line were also called back to help with the operation. If it really had the defensive strength of a Supercluster civilization's headquarters, any Beyond Grade A who snuck in would have a hard time. However, this was the flickering world, after all. Of course, the Moto Expeditionary Army's control of the territory was far from the level of their hometown. Many planets had not even completed their infrastructure. Not only Moto, but all the members of the Supercluster Alliance also had limited control over their territories in the free competition zone. The Expeditionary Army's military strength was not that high to begin with, and it had only been a few years since the fourth development phase. They had spent most of their time exploring, so there was not much room for operation. Furthermore, it was wartime now, so their territories were more or less defenseless. Therefore, due to all kinds of factors, Han Shao and Ames were free and easy in the Moto Expeditionary Army's territory. They could go wherever they wanted, and the Moto fleet that was chasing after them could only eat their dust. A belt of meteorites drifted slowly in the universe like a black ribbon. On one of the meteorites sat two figures, Han Shao and Ames. The location of the tracking still hasn't changed. The leaders of the Moto Expeditionary Army are still in the command center. TSK, if it were a lower-level civilization, they might have run around, hoping for a fluke. Dense streams of data flashed past Han Zhao's eyes. He retracted the data probes that had infiltrated the Moto Expeditionary Army's network, and his eyes turned back to black. Ames played with two pieces of high-density metal that she had dug out from the meteorites casually, raised her brows, and said, "We've been here for more than half a month. The Moto people all know that we're here, but they didn't even run. They've been staying in the command center all this time. Are they waiting for us? Perhaps they know that it's useless to run and have resigned themselves to their fate. Only advanced civilizations are so knowledgeable." Han Xiao shrugged and did not take this to heart. As he spoke, he opened the secondary dimensional army box and released batches of mechanical soldiers. With a slight nod, these mechanical soldiers turned into streams of light and left in different directions. Ames watched this from the side and said helplessly, "Black Star, we could have gone straight to the Moto Expeditionary Army's headquarters and saved a lot of time. You're the one who insisted on taking a detour. Otherwise, we would have taken care of the target long ago." Han Xiao sighed and pretended to get up. "So you don't want to spend more time with you? Well, let's go and get it done quickly." "Who said so? Sit down." Ames rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, "You said you were going to plant a large number of sentries in the Moto Expeditionary Army's territory. We're already halfway through the plan. How can we give up halfway?" Blackstar was a busy man. The next time he went to the secondary dimension would be at least a decade later. However, now that he was taking time out of his busy schedule to accompany her, she naturally did not want it to end so early. Han Xiao smiled to himself and sat down firmly again. Other than carrying out the decapitation operation, he had another important goal in entering the Moto Expeditionary Army's territory, which was to plant sentries in Moto's territory. Otherwise, he would not have taken a detour for more than half a month after charging into the enemy's territory. During this time, he had already sent out who knew how many batches of mechanical troops to hide in the Moto Expeditionary Army's territory. These mechanical troops could all be controlled remotely. First, it was to deal damage to Moto. Second, it was to confuse the public and distract the Moto fleet. Third, it was to gather intelligence and monitor their movements, trying to find the destination of the Moto civilization's various secret transportation routes and leave behind a thrown node so that he could infiltrate the Moto civilization anytime in the future. If he left these mechanical soldiers behind, the Moto civilization would definitely know. They would have no choice but to send out a lot of manpower to search for Han Zhao's mechanical troops in their territory. On the other hand, Han Xiao purposely took a detour and had other intentions. "I purposely gave Moto so much time to prepare. I wonder if there are any beyond grade as coming to protect the command center." Han Xiao scratched his chin. Without the protection of a beyond grade A, it would be very easy to kill the commander, and Han Xiao wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. He purposely walked so slowly to give the Moto upper echelons more time to consider, and also to put pressure on them. After all, he was planting sentries in their territory, and the longer he stayed, the more humiliated Moto would be. If the Moto upper echelons could not help but send beyond grade as over his bodyguards, he would have a chance to cause more damage to Moto, which would really hurt Moto. This was his biggest goal for this trip. It looked like he was only targeting the commander of the Moto Expeditionary Army, but he was actually fighting with the upper echelons of the Moto civilization. With that in mind, he opened the forums and took a look. At this time, Haluz was still attacking the outer defense line of the Moto Expeditionary Army with his troops. However, they only attacked and did not enter. Even if they broke through the enemy's formation, they would not cross the defense line. Instead, they would go back and rest for a while before continuing to attack the next location. If those armed organizations were still in the Ferdinand battle zone, they would definitely not let go of this opportunity and keep pushing forward. This was why the outer defense line of the Moto Expeditionary Army kept shrinking. However, now that those armed organizations were all chased away by Han Xiao, no one took advantage of the opening to attack the city. Therefore, Moto had time to mobilize troops to fill up the gap, but it made them feel even worse. The actions of the Black Star Corps drove the commanders of the Moto Expeditionary Army to the brink of insanity. They kept rubbing on the outside, but refused to enter. This was torture. Furthermore, they had their duty, so they did not allow themselves to be attacked. They had to put up a futile resistance time and time again. On the other side, without Han Shao at the front line, the Guild Alliance of the Supercluster faction felt that they could do it again. They continued to fight the national war with the army players and had a lot of fun. It was obviously a fight, but both sides were enjoying it. One was glad that the big boss was gone, and the other was glad that they did not have to watch the cinematics anymore. On the other side of the flickering world, on a planet occupied by beyond grade a tall silhouette was pacing back and forth in the palace with a communicator in his hand. He looked rather anxious, as if he was waiting for someone to call. Beep beep. The communicator rang. This tall silhouette picked it up immediately. How's my application? Has it been approved? In the secret channel, an emissary whose face could not be seen said sternly, No, the upper echelons don't allow you to reinforce the Moto Expeditionary Army. Don't act on your own. Black Star has been wandering around in Moto's territory for almost a month. We have so much time to prepare, but we still haven't sent any beyond grade as to reinforce him. This doesn't make sense. What will the other organizations think of Moto? Will our comrades in the Expeditionary Army be disappointed? The tall silhouette was enraged. If Han Shao was here, he would recognize that this was the kid who started the fire at the Beyond Grade A Association meeting. He was a secret direct member of the Moto civilization. However, although he was a direct member, he did have his own temper and was quite courageous. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak up when facing Black Star and the Mecha Empire, two pinnacle Beyond Grade As. Black Star had announced that he would personally join the battle. Almost all the organizations in the flickering world were watching his actions. They all knew that he had been in the Moto Expeditionary Army's territory for almost a month. If Moto did not do anything under such circumstances and let Black Star do whatever he wanted in his stomach, it would be a disgrace to the entire civilization. This Beyond Grade, it could not help but be angry. What's the point of going? Can you beat Black Star? You're just going to die. Let's not talk about you. Even if all the hidden Beyond Grade as of Moto attack together, they won't be Black Star's match. Stay rational, the emissary said angrily. Every Beyond Grade A is hard to come by. We can't expose ourselves here. A moment of forbearance is just for the future eruption. The tall silhouette was unwilling, but he had to admit that Black Star was terrifyingly strong. He would only be delivering food if he went. If he sent a Beyond Grade A, Black Star would eat him. If he did not send a Beyond Grade A, the reputation and image of the Moto civilization would be damaged. Not only would it be embarrassing, but would also make people think that they were heartless. The Expeditionary Army's morale would definitely plummet. Just purposely walking a little slower could achieve such an effect. This was Black Star's scheme. Thinking of how Black Star spoke so confidently during the meeting, this Beyond Grade A felt both resentment and fear. What kind of sin did Moto commit to have such an opponent? Time passed slowly. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. No matter how slow Han Shao and Ames were along the way, they finally arrived at their destination. The densely packed Moto fleet spread out in front of them, surrounding the command center of the Moto Expeditionary Army. The crew members in the fleet all tensed up with solemn expressions. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were the ones who were nervous. These two asterisk souls, they're finally here. In the command center, Roddick clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was messy. He looked extremely haggard, but his face was burning with fury. You're finally here. Lagos, who was beside him, was not in a much better state, but he had a relieved expression on his face. The two of them knew that Black Star and Dragon Emperor were coming for them, but they were walking too slowly. The two of them went from nervousness to despair at the beginning to anxiety, and in the end, they were about to go crazy from waiting. Black Star and Dragon Emperor were like two knives chopping at their heads, making them feel like years. This feeling of watching the guillotine slowly chopping at their heads gave the two of them a mountainous pressure. It was a form of psychological torture. Originally, Roddick and Lagos did not want the enemy to come, but later they were so anxious that their thoughts changed from better slow down to why aren't they *king here yet? Why are they still not here yet? They wish they could go on the battlefield and use their whips to urge the enemy to hurry up. Plus, the Modo civilization had not sent any beyond grade A reinforcements for 1.5 months, so Roddick and Lagos were even more certain that they were abandoned. They were sad and had already made up their minds to die. They just wanted to cut off their heads as soon as possible. Roddick turned on the wide area channel. His tone was fierce, as if he had decided to throw away all hope for the best. Black Star, aren't you here to kill us? Come on. Hearing the roar in the channel, the many Modo soldiers present did not feel good. They were all involved, so they naturally knew that Modo did not send any strong reinforcements, forcing them, the ordinary supers, to face Black Star, the god of the universe. It would be impossible for them not to feel resentful. However, as soldiers, they had to follow orders even if they knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous. Han Xiao scanned the entire place and opened his senses to the maximum. He could not help but laugh and shake his head. Yoho, Modo is really patient. I've already knocked on their door and given them enough time, but in the end, they still didn't send a single beyond grade A. Are they that scared of me? Ames smiled. How many people in the universe are not scared of you now? Forget it. This also proves that Modo was beaten up enough by me and learned their lesson. Han Xiao shook his head. Although he did not manage to lure the enemy out, he did not mind. After all, he could still complete the decapitation and destroy Modo's image. He looked around and finally locked onto one of the locations in the Modo Expeditionary Army base. That was where the command center was, and the target he was going to take care of was there. Han Xiao turned around and asked, "So, are you going to kill the target yourself? Or do you want me to do it?" In the beginning, Ames wanted to kill Lagos and the others personally, but thinking of what she had experienced with Han Xiao in the past few days, she shook her head indifferently. It's the same whether you do it or I do it. Then let me do it. It's more efficient. You're too slow. Seeing Ames roll her eyes, Han Xiao coughed, and the mechanical soldiers behind him all walked forward. He knew that the Modo civilization would definitely set up a large number of space-stabilizing devices near the base. So he summoned a batch of mechanical troops before he arrived, saving him the trouble of setting up a military camp on the spot. Seeing this, the Modo fleet reacted immediately. The crew members suppressed their complicated emotions and hardened their hearts again. They stared at the famous Black Star in the distance and prepared for battle. Han Xiao glanced at them and curled his finger. This batch of mechanical soldiers suddenly paused, and dense white noise and weak space-time distortion appeared on their bodies. The next moment, this batch of mechanical soldiers disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they had moved a large distance forward and were in a static state, like a picture that had been frozen. Rumble. Seeing this strange scene, the Modo fleet did not hesitate and opened fire, blowing up this batch of mechanical soldiers. However, something shocking happened. This batch of mechanical soldiers appeared again. Not only did they return to their original state without any damage, but they had also moved a large distance forward, getting closer and closer to the command center. This strange scene shocked the Modo fleet. Using the Kundi race's technology to fight you guys behind the scenes, it's a good idea. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. This frame-skipping mode was the black technology that Han Xiao had obtained from the Kundi race, the space-time splicing technology. Furthermore, after so many years of research and improvement, the space-time splicing technology in his hands was no longer the original version. He had improved it too much and was already quite mature, unlike the original version that could be easily neutralized by various space-time devices. Now, using the same method to neutralize, it was at least 7 to 8 times more difficult in time, which was equivalent to a longer operation time. Although the Red Empire did not allow him to use it in front of outsiders, Han Xiao had an idea just now. He instinctively felt that using the Kundi race's trump card to fight Moto seemed to be a good thing for the mission. He trusted his instincts now, so he did just that. Facing this unknown technology, the Moto fleet panicked a little and used all kinds of methods. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not stop this batch of mechanical soldiers from moving. Some of the fleets could only turn to attack Han Shao himself, but they were all easily blocked by Han Shao and Ames. Furthermore, some battleships were virtually infiltrated and fell into his control from time to time. How is this possible? Roddick's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the mechanical army that was getting closer and closer with intense despair in his eyes. In order to fight Black Star, he had mobilized a large fleet and thought that he would at least be able to hold them off for a while. However, he did not expect that Black Star would be able to easily break through his fleet's defense line and threaten his life just by casually using an ability that he had never seen before. What kind of technology is this? Lagos was also dumbfounded. Hearing the shocked exclamations of the two in the public channel, Han Shao suddenly smiled and said with a playful tone, "What a cruel joke. To tell you the truth, this is a technology that your Moto civilization missed out on. You were so close to getting it back then. What a pity." The stowaways of the Moto civilization discovered the Kundi race first. If not for the fact that they wanted to harm the Kundi race and scheme against the Red Empire, they would not have missed out on the space-time splicing technology. Now, it was a complete waste. A technology that we missed out on. Lagos mumbled to himself. His instincts told him that Black Star might be telling the truth. All of a sudden, he had mixed feelings. Finally, under the frenzied siege of the Moto fleet, the mechanical army appeared outside the porthole of the command center in frame, skipping without any sign of life. Roddick and Lagos widened their eyes and watched as the energy furnaces on the chests of this mechanical army lit up one after another, flashing with a blinding white light. The next moment, all that was left in their consciousness was a vast expanse of whiteness. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. Blue and white psionic shockwaves spread far into the universe. The command center was completely destroyed. Not even ruins were left. A large piece of the entire base was missing. The shield exploded from the inside out. Roddick, Lagos, and most of the leaders of the Moto Expeditionary Army died in this explosion. Not even a trace of them was left behind. This is just some interest. I hope Moto doesn't give up. We still have plenty of time to play. Looking at the furious Moto fleet, Han Shao chuckled and put his arm around Ames' waist. Then, the King mechanical suit expanded and covered the two of them. Whoosh! A light flashed. Before the Moto fleet surrounded them, the two of them disappeared without a trace. The space stabilizers in this area could not stop the two of them from leaving at all. Chapter 1187. Han Shao only felt his mechanical suit vibrate slightly. When he opened it again, he was already back in the Black Star Corps fleet that was attacking the outer defense line of the Moto Expeditionary Army. He was in the command room of the main ship. Hearing the noise, the officers who were watching the battle all turned around. They first looked at Han Zhao's face, then looked down at his hand on Ames' waist, and then at Ames' calm expression. The room became silent all of a sudden. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen this before?" Han Shao glanced at everyone and retracted his hand. "Boss, the target is taken care of?" Haluz coughed and winked. Of course, the Moto civilization didn't even send beyond grade as. How could I have failed with just the expeditionary army? Haluz originally wanted to ask, then why did it take so long? But looking at Ames' glowing face, he hesitated and did not ask. Han Shao ignored him and looked at the battlefield outside the window. It was in the white-hot stage, and the fleets on both sides were fighting fiercely. The army had already broken through the outer protective shields of two planetary bases and sent in a large number of army players. They were fighting the players of the enemy guild alliance on a large scale, and there was no clear winner. This time, Ames turned around, patted Han Zhao's chest, and said, "All right, the mastermind has been killed. I'll return to the Shattered Star Ring first." You're leaving so soon? Han Shao was stunned. Didn't you say you were going to deal with the mastermind together? He had thought that Ames was going to stay there and participate in the battles against Moto to vent her anger. He did not expect her to leave now. I've already vented my anger by killing the initiator of the plan. Plus, having you here is enough. Ames smiled. She was in an extremely good mood. Her original plan was to help Han Xiao while taking revenge. She had already helped a lot. Without her, Manison would have lost at least one felon. Han Xiao had convinced her during this time. So Ames decided to listen to Han Xiao's suggestion and return to Floating Dragon Island. Ding! As soon as he said that, Han Xiao's interface reacted. Rage of Ames had turned into mission completed. That's it. Luckily, she's not really going to destroy the entire Moto civilization. She's probably not angry anymore, so she gave up on such an exaggerated idea. Looks like my persuasion during this time was effective, Han Xiao thought to himself. I'll take Aesop back. I'll guard him strictly in the future. I won't let him run away easily. Ames played with the hair on her temples. Han Xiao mourned for Aesop for a third of a second, and then nodded decisively. Arrange him as you wish. Don't give me any face. Ames stretched out her slender and white fingers and tapped Han Xiao's chest with a smile. Then I'll go back first. Come and find me when you have time. In short, it's all thanks to your help this time. I won't say thank you again. There's no need to be so polite between us. You don't like to hear this anyway. All right. Go back quickly. Han Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. By the way, before I leave, I have a gift for you. Ames seemed to have suddenly thought of something. The spatial enchantment rune on the back of her hand flashed, and a book appeared in her hand. What's this? Han Xiao looked down curiously. Some time ago, I summarized my energy training experience so far and created a new energy training method. It should be universal. You can practice it too, Ames said with a smile. Han Xiao took the book and flipped through it. It was actually a handwritten version. The content recorded on it was an energy training method called Dragon Emperor Astral Power Absorption Technique. The specific effects were not clear, but it seemed to be quite advanced. It did not lose to Tai Tai's Heber Stellar Furnace training method. Why did you write it by hand? Wouldn't it be more convenient to write it on a smart device and send it to me? This could train my patience. Ames' smile did not change. Her idea was very simple. Only a handwritten version could be used as a gift. It could also be a memento for Black Star. With such a surprise, Han Xiao did not reject it. He put away the handwritten book, nodded, and said, Okay, I'll find some time to practice it when I go back. Then, I'll be leaving. Ames smiled and did not waste time. She asked Han Xiao to send her back in another king's suit. After she disappeared, Han Xiao opened the interface again and took a closer look at the reward. The mission evaluation was excellent, and his basic EXP had increased from 250 million to 10 million. His floating dragon faction contribution points had increased by tens of thousands. Ames' favorability was full to begin with, so it could not increase. However, Aesop's favorability increased by a large amount. The random rewards increased from 2 to 4, and the number of character summon cards doubled. He obtained 2 of them, both of which were Ames' character summon cards. The ability of the first character summon card was called Force Field, Star Setter. It could be used to grab the target using the Esper ability of the Force Field. It could be considered a decent control ability, and it could be used up to 5 times. The other character summon card ability was called Battle Whip, Dragon Arc. It was also an application technique for the Force Field ability. It had both AoE damage and crowd control abilities. It also had 5 uses, and the effect was not bad. In Han Xiaoxin's eyes, this ordinary mission was just a bonus, and he did not have high hopes for it. Now that he had obtained these rewards, it could be considered a small gain. The main event in his eyes had always been the Kundi Race mission. Opening Kundi Race Leader's last wish in a mission list, Han Xiao glanced at it. The first requirement was still there, and the second requirement was the same. Because it was a Grade S mission, there was no specific progress shown. However, his intuition told him that his successful surprise attack had made great progress in the mission. After calculating for a while, Han Xiao thought to himself, That's right. Based on the current situation, the second requirement of this mission will probably be completed when the Modo civilization is completely tortured by me to the point that they give up on competing in the flickering world. He had always been envious of the 3 ability rewards in the second mission requirement. They were the enemy, proof of leadership, and Kundi's wrath. They were all excellent abilities, especially the semi-molding talent, proof of leadership, with growth potential. With that in mind, Han Shao summoned Philip in the quantum network vision and said, "Send the space-time command to the space-time battleship to the space-time battleship. Send the recording of me using the space-time splicing technology to destroy the headquarters of the Modo Expeditionary Army to the Kundi race garrison. Have them play it on a loop in all settlements. Try to let every mantis shrimp cough, every Kundi race member see it." Understood. Han Zhao's battle with the Modo Expeditionary Army was very short, and Philip had recorded the entire process. He was never the type to do things on his own. Since he had helped the Kundi race take revenge, he definitely had to use the recording to increase his reputation in the Kundi race and let the entire race know about his kindness. This would also increase the mission completion rate. After dealing with this matter, Han Shao summoned Fu Ding, walked to the side, and asked softly, "Have you done what I asked you to do? In the past month and a half, I've already converted the souls of 15,420 Modo soldiers and mid-level officers. These are our spies in the Modo Expeditionary Army." Fu Ding nodded. He had received Han Zhao's secret order. When the Black Star Corps fleet attacked the Modo defense line, he used the Soul Swapper to convert some of the enemy soldiers, infiltrate the Modo Expeditionary Army, and plant spies. The Modo civilization had once used the Soul Swapper to deal with the army. Han Shao told Fu Ding to give them a taste of their own medicine. With how strange the Soul Swapper was, even if Modo was prepared, they would not be able to avoid it. Not bad. Han Shao nodded with satisfaction. He had already planted many chess pieces in the Modo Expeditionary Army's territory. This way, he would have more internal intelligence sources. Not only would he be able to control the whereabouts of the Modo civilization's army, but he would also be able to investigate the location of the secret transportation line. He could slowly torture the enemy. "Pass down my order. Retreat temporarily. We'll return to the base and rest for a while," Han Shao said loudly. All the officers present were stunned. "We have the upper hand now. How can we retreat just like that? Even if we don't break into the defense line, we should at least finish this battle first." They did not know that Han Shao was not letting the Black Star Corps rest. Instead, he had just killed the Modo Expeditionary Army's commander. He knew that the enemy would definitely fall into chaos without a leader, so he purposely gave the enemy time to rest. He did not want to give Modo a little bit of hope and then crush it again and again. That way, it would be easier for Modo to give up the competition in despair. Psychological warfare was the most important thing. Although the officers were confused, no one would question the army commander's order. Very soon, the army retracted all their battleships, left the heated battlefield, and retreated in an orderly manner. Seeing this, the Modo garrisons on this line of defense were all confused. "Aren't we at a disadvantage? Why did they stop attacking us halfway? Strange. Hurry and tell the command center." The fleet commander of this defense line quickly reported to the upper echelons. However, what awaited him was a long silence. No one picked up the call. After a while, he received the bad news from the intranet and finally knew what had happened. The entire command center had been killed by Black Star, along with the base. On the other side, on one of the Kundi race's planets. After 20 years of transformation, the new generation of the Kundi race gradually adapted to their captive life and accepted the culture instilled by the Red Empire and the Black Star Corps. As batches of old mantis shrimps died of natural causes, the cultural transformation of the entire race gradually took effect. Every planet was isolated and could not contact other planets. Basic productivity was restored. The streets were bustling, and the heavy atmosphere was much lighter. The younger generation injected new vitality into the Kundi race. On this day, something huge happened on this planet. Every screen in the world was playing a video of Han Shao destroying the Modo Expeditionary Army's command center. Philip even kindly added a video to explain what had happened, trying to make the Kundi race understand what Han Shao had done for them. Every Kundi race member who saw the video understood that Black Star was still carrying out his promise to take revenge for their race. Furthermore, Black Star had even used their technology. Seeing the mechanical soldiers destroying the command center with the space-time splicing technology, the shells of the Kundi race members lit up with an excited orange light. They felt extremely proud. Look, those people who schemed against us are no match for our Kundi civilization's strongest technology. This made them feel that they were not just watching Black Star uphold justice, but helping him. Along with the pride came a deep sense of gratitude toward Black Star. For so many years, not only had he protected them, but he had also kept his promise to seek justice for their race. Such a good person was now the only guardian of their race, which was a blessing in disguise. The same scene played out on every planet of the Kundi race. Countless Kundi race members respected Black Star even more. Chapter 1188. Sai, the Expeditionary Army's commander, was beheaded, but Black Star gave up on attacking. It's obvious that he wants to erode our army again and again. However, the Three Kings won't give up on the competition in the flickering world. What's the point of investing more troops? Not letting the Beyond Great participate is just suicide. Black Star has already proven that he has the ability to behead the commander anytime. In a small private meeting room, a few top officials with real power sat on the sofa and complained. Just now, the news of the Expeditionary Army's commander's death came back. The Three Kings of Modo called a meeting with the upper echelons. While they were angry, they quickly promoted a new commander within the Expeditionary Army and asked the military to send more people to support them. The many officials present did not have any objections on the surface, but many of them were more and more against it. Therefore, after the meeting, a few officials with real power who were against it met in private. In the room, Marco was the highest-ranking official. He was the third person in a mainstream political faction within Modo and had a lot of authority. He slowly said, "We can't go on like this. With Black Star as our opponent, Modo has almost no chance in the flickering world. Giving up as soon as possible is the rational choice. If we continue to drag it out, Modo will only be under more and more pressure until it collapses." That's right. These days, the country hasn't been stable either. Many non-official organizations of the three universal civilizations have started so-called peace movements on many colonial planets, using armed demonstrations, organizing strikes, and so on to incite anti-war sentiment in society and force us to retreat. Many industries have been affected. There are also people with ulterior motives spreading the ideology of racial division, attacking the system, and promoting hatred. They can actually reverse our years of harmonious ethnic coexistence education and successfully inculcate discriminatory thoughts in some people. In time, it will definitely give birth to a new rebel army. Some important people from all walks of life have even been assassinated by mysterious forces. There are internal and external threats. Someone sighed and murmured. Marco shook his head. Modo has invested countless resources in the strategic layout of the flickering world decades ago. It makes sense that the Three Kings are unwilling to give up immediately. However, now that the situation has changed, adjusting our strategy is our first choice. Since we can't deal with Black Star's problem, continuing to invest resources in the flickering world is a meaningless waste. We should make up our minds to stop our losses. That's right. The Three Kings' idea is to hold on. If the Superstar Cluster Alliance succeeds, we'll be able to take a bite of the soup. However, if they wanted to hold on until the day the Supercluster Alliance took a turn for the better, the hope was too slim. It's impossible for Black Star to sit by and watch this happen. Don't look at how he's stalling with us right now. If we don't constantly send in reinforcements to feed him, he'll definitely launch an all-out attack and drive us out, another person said. Marco took a sip of the dark amber liquor and said in a low voice, "That's right. Actually, from the very beginning, I didn't think that the Supercluster Alliance would be able to complete the flickering world strategy, and there was an 80% chance that they would fail. We were just fighting with the other supercluster civilizations. In that case, it would be wiser for Moto to escape as soon as possible and get rid of the pressure of the three universal civilizations and the Black Star Core. That's right. Everyone in the room agreed with him. Marco narrowed his eyes. The greater the losses Moto suffers, the more opposition there will be. Maybe we should start preparing for the impeachment process now. Hearing this, the few of them were shocked. They were just complaining here. They did not expect Marco to actually have plans to take action. However, thinking about it from another perspective, this was not a bad idea. Moto was a civilization regime formed by the union of three civilizations. The Moto three kings each represented a race, but their ideology and political views were cross-racial. Therefore, Moto's political environment was very complicated, and there were also many factions. Due to the uniqueness of the regime, Moto naturally had to have a balance of power. The three kings could not do whatever they wanted. There were also institutions like the House of Representatives and the Congress to restrict their power. If the development path during their term did not suit the interests of the majority, or if there were any personal scandals, they could be removed through impeachment and replaced with a new leader. However, this rarely happened in Moto's history. As long as the Moto three kings did not do anything outrageous, they would be able to live through their term peacefully. If the three kings insist on doing things their own way, Moto will gradually be emptied out, and their future will be bleak. If they really insist on going down this path, they can only be removed through impeachment. Marco said with a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Some were firm, while others were hesitant. They all lowered their voices and discussed their methods softly. At this moment, the opponents of the war in Moto gradually raised their heads and started to plan how to stab the three kings in the back. The root of this was Black Star's strength, which made some of the Moto upper echelons feel hopeless. They could not see any possibility of turning the tables. In the Moto civilization, a silver-white stealth high-speed spaceship hovered in a nebula, moving slowly. There was no logo on its outer armor. Inside the cabin, Lodehair and a few officers of the Assassin Society sat around a virtual screen and browsed through the information on screen. There were many portraits of influential people from all walks of life in the Moto civilization. Some of them had red crosses on their heads, indicating that the assassination was successful. Moto is in chaos internally. Some big shots in the industry were assassinated, causing the local management systems of a few colonial planets to be almost paralyzed. Our work is very effective, an officer said coldly. Lodehair kept staring at the screen as if he was looking for his next prey. The Assassin Society had been working in Moto for a few months and had caused quite a bit of chaos. They were being hunted by the officials and continued to commit crimes while hiding. Our actions these days have been too aggressive. We've also lost a lot of people. It's time to lay low for a while, an officer advised. Lodehair nodded, then shook his head and said, "Hide for now, then do something big." As he spoke, he pointed at one of the portraits on the screen. The officers looked in the direction he pointed at, and their expressions froze. Shock and disbelief gradually appeared in their eyes. The target Lodehair chose was one of the three kings of Moto. You want to assassinate the supreme leader of a supercluster civilization. An officer's eyes widened. Are you crazy? They have three leaders. It's nothing to lose one. Lodehair's tone was calm. I'll do it myself. Do you know what kind of action this is? If we succeed, the Moto civilization will definitely fight us to the death. Plus, there's no chance of success at all. The three kings of Moto are heavily guarded. There's no way we can get close. Plus, they won't leave their mother planet, so it's impossible to assassinate them, someone said anxiously. Lodehair explained, which was rare for him. Firstly, Moto has always fought us to the death. Secondly, the three kings of Moto have many guards, but none of them are beyond grade A guards. At most, they're calamity grades, which isn't beyond the limit of my abilities. Thirdly, Moto's mother planet doesn't have the psionic seal ring like the mother planets of the three universal civilizations, so it's completely possible to sneak in. Assassinating the three kings of Moto seemed like an impossible mission at first glance, but after careful analysis, he realized that there was actually a chance. After all, although the three kings were leaders, they did not have individual strength, especially since he had deity, Assassinator. Even if the three kings had beyond grade A magic defense runes on them, this weapon could still penetrate them. The main problem was that regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or not, it would be very difficult to escape unscathed. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they were meeting Loathair for the first time. Even though they were all assassins who had assassinated some big shots before, in their eyes, this was still an extremely daring plan. It's easy for you to say, but in reality, it's suicide. Everything is possible. Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. Loathair narrowed his eyes. The few people present did not know what he was thinking, and he had no intention of explaining. Because of the actions of Rosalind and the three universal civilizations, racial differences within Modo were gradually rising. At this time, if they could assassinate the three kings of one of the races and find a way to push the blame to the radicals of the other two races, it might be able to intensify the conflict and make this idea explode. The result was not hard to imagine. The method was a little underhanded, but as a spy-type assassin, Loathair did not care if the method was ethical or not. He only cared if it was useful and could complete the goal. It could be said that he would do anything. He had been out for decades and was no longer a pure assassin. He gradually learned to analyze the big picture. Although Blackstar did not give him clear instructions on what to do, Loathair knew very well what Blackstar's goal was. He was happy to use a more flexible method to cause more damage to Modo, which was more powerful than a simple assassination. Of course, assassinating the highest leader of Modo and shifting the blame to racial hatred was just an idea. It was extremely difficult, and it was impossible for the Assassin Society to accomplish it alone. However, the three universal civilizations' forces in Modo were natural help. Loathair planned to create a fuse so that they could use it as an excuse, just like how the idea they instigated gave him the idea of assassinating the three kings of Modo. Boom! A red figure tumbled toward the desolate planet like a meteor, creating a crater on the surface of the planet. Hela's mouth was bleeding, and her body was embedded in the ground. Just as she pulled herself out, Han Shao suddenly appeared above her and kicked her abdomen with a powerful whip kick. Boom! The little bit of death energy that she had just gathered was scattered by the kick, and a shock wave burst out, making an explosive sound. Hela was hit hard in the abdomen. She arched her body like a shrimp and shot out quickly. She was kicked dozens of kilometers away, creating a long trench. Are you still going to fight? I've been beating you for 11 hours. If I remember correctly, you've been on the brink of death 3 times and fainted 5 times. Han Shao stood with his arms crossed, looking helpless. Humph, do you want me to praise you for being so strong? Forget it. Let's call it a day. But don't forget, this is only the 3rd time. Hela wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, rubbed her stomach, and stood up. Hearing this, Han Zhao's eyelids twitched. He was currently fulfilling the original agreement, which was to spar with Hela 30 times. There were 27 times left. Thinking of this number, Han Shao felt his waist hurt a little. This was somewhere near Blackstar Palace. He had already returned from the free competition zone for a few days. Modo did not send a beyond grade A to deal with this decapitation operation, so they would most likely not take the risk later. Furthermore, Han Shao had left behind enough mechanical troops and Lord's Avatar, so he did not continue to stay at the front lines. He turned around and used the king to return to his base. Han Shao originally wanted to focus on studying the felon and indestructible mechanical troops technology at home, but Hela was not satisfied and insisted on sparring with him. As there was an agreement, he could not go back on his word. Thus, he could only accompany Hela and play with her for a few days. Although Hela was a good punching bag and felt good to the touch, after a long time, Han Shao could not stand it anymore. After obtaining the exclusive virtual technology innovation Manison, the research on the felon and indestructible mechanical troops technology went quite smoothly. However, there were still many key technical points to be solved, and it would take time. Therefore, Han Shao did not use his awakening points to push forward the research progress. He should be able to derive the blueprints with his various skills and talents alone. This time, Hela flew back from afar and asked, "What do you think of my progress?" "Not bad," Han Xiao said casually. "TSK, such a perfunctory tone. You're very patient when you're with teacher, but you're so casual with me. Do you not want to accompany me that much?" Hela raised her brows. "What do you think?" Han Xiao glared at her. "You masochist, don't you know what you're doing? You're always looking for me to fight and kill, forcing me to beat you up. I'm also very tired." Because of her passion for fighting, Hela's strength increased very quickly. Especially after obtaining the underworld, she had more room for improvement. When Aurora reached beyond Grade A, the underworld will be able to unleash the hero spirit rebirth ability. By then, Hela would be able to reach her peak strength. Han Xiao also learned from the underworld's Earth Granny that if Aurora's Esper ability reached beyond Grade A, there would be a qualitative change. She would be able to create a body with life, but without a soul to serve as the carrier for the hero spirit rebirth of the underworld. This ability could be used together with the Soul Swapper. Han Xiao told this to Fiden and promised that he would get Aurora to create a body for Qin Xing when the time came. Hela snorted and changed the topic. "There are still 27 sparring sessions. I want one the day after tomorrow. Remember to make time. You're too hard to satisfy. Can't the interval be longer?" Han Xiao was frustrated. "No, it took me so much effort to get you back from teacher. I want you to accompany me to my heart's content." A smile flashed across Hela's eyes. She turned around and returned to the spaceship. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He was more and more certain that Hela was a masochist. The sparring sessions were meant to test one's strength, but knowing that the gap between them was so huge, she still wanted to fight with him. Wasn't she just asking for a beating? In the end, Hadavi was still the best. Both of them were looking for a beating, but this guy knew better. Even after being beaten, he could still smile, unlike Hela, who always had a cold expression as if he owed her money. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he was licked by Hardaway. He actually missed it. Han Xiao was not in a hurry to return. He got his mechanical army to collect some of the broken weapons. While cleaning up the battlefield, he opened the forums and was prepared to read the posts of the idiotic netizens to relax. However, as soon as he opened the flickering world page, his eyes were attracted by a pinned post. World Server War Invitation. Chapter 1189. World Server War. What's bound to come will come. Han Xiao browsed through the post and saw that the content was as he expected. He could not help but sigh. The post was jointly published by the Galactic Business Alliance, September Conference, Southeast Alliance, Tropic of Cancer, and many other guild alliances. Simply put, it was a declaration of war aimed at all the player alliances. They agreed on a time and place to launch a large-scale battle. The players of the various alliances usually acted according to the orders of their factions, but this battle had little to do with the factions. It was basically an activity between the players. The same thing happened in Han Zhao's previous life. The various guild alliances agreed to a battle, which eventually evolved into a battle royale involving tens of millions of players. The battle lasted for a few days and was recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles as the Star Battle of Tarbol. In his previous life, the Great Mechanic Han had also been active in this battle for a period of time, mainly to loot the equipment and items dropped by the players. This time, although the battle had happened, due to the butterfly effect, there were some changes to the specific time and location. The way he saw it, the declaration of war issued by these guild alliances was not sudden. Now that version 4.0 was at the end, there would not be a chance if they did not create some big news. There were two reasons to organize a battle. One was to kill the members of the enemy alliance openly, and the other was to mobilize the ordinary players to increase the cohesion of the various guild alliances. To put it bluntly, they just can't sit still and want to have a group fight. Han Xiao shook his head. The play among the players had nothing to do with him, so he had no intention of interfering. The location of the battle was not in the Ferdinand battle zone, but on a planet called Marison. The army players would run over and join the battle, which would affect the battle at the front line for a certain period of time. Although the army could use orders to restrict the players and not let them run over to participate in the large-scale battle, This would have a negative impact, and Han Xiao had no intention of doing so. After all, the players were not really employees. If the faction restrictions were too excessive, it would be counterproductive. Of course, not only him, the organizations that used the players would be affected to varying degrees. If these factions used a strong attitude to stop the players, it would be beneficial for the army's future recruitment. However, in this battle, the army players will form their own faction, and the scale will be the largest. They'll probably be surrounded, but I won't lose out. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. Originally, at the end of the version, the Pro League was the best promotion opportunity. Many players would spend a large amount of their savings to strengthen themselves. This way, the revenue of the army would skyrocket, and Han Xiao would be able to harvest a large amount of EXP. However, the Pro League had already been held 3 times. Most of the normal players knew that they had no chance and would rather save their experience for the next version. However, a large-scale battle was different. Basically, no player would miss it. It was also a natural promotion opportunity, and it was very beneficial to him. It would allow him to harvest more EXP at the end of version 4.0 and become his reserve during the update period. If I remember correctly, the interval between version 4.0 and version 5.0 should be 40 to 50 years, which is even longer than the previous update. Han Xiao thought to himself. The next version would be the calamity of the supers. The conflict between the Beyond grade as would erupt, and some of the primordial ones would return. Since he had changed so much of the storyline, it would be like a rolling snowball. Version 5.0 would definitely be affected beyond recognition by the butterfly effect. However, this was still a small matter. Han Xiao knew the important people and was not afraid of changing the original storyline. The biggest problem in the next version was actually the players. The level cap would be open to level 180, and a large number of Calamity grades would appear. The codename Calamity of the Supers was actually a hint to the players that the impact of the next version on the universe would be far greater than that of version 4.0. However, this is good news for me. Han Xiaoxin thought to himself. At that time, the strength of the middle and upper echelons of the explored universe would skyrocket. Although the players would bring chaos, they would also become important helpers for the explored universe against the World Tree Civilization. In the World Tree Civilization version in his previous life, the importance of the players was basically irreplaceable. If there were not tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Calamity grade players, the losses of the explored universe would only be greater. On the other hand, the army's strength would skyrocket because of this. The reason he had set up so many versions was to wait for the players to transform. There were still decades until the next version, so he had plenty of time to prepare. Furthermore, Old Manison's words made a lot of sense. The foundation of a mechanic was very important, and he planned to spend decades studying machinery technology while waiting for the effects of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus to grow. Now, the effects of this talent would strengthen itself every few days, continuously increasing his strength. This meant that more and more believers of Manison were joining his embrace. One could imagine the changes in faith within the machinery faith. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao suppressed his emotions and continued to browse the forums. After the troops finished cleaning up the battlefield, he boarded the spaceship and returned to Black Star Palace. He made up his mind to complete the remaining 27 sparring sessions within 2 months. Within the Red Empire, in a certain secret military training base, God, who was wearing the uniform of a high-level dynasty officer, was strolling around the training base. He was not in a good mood. Just a moment ago, God received a message from the dynasty's upper echelons, telling him to postpone the original plan indefinitely. They were going to borrow his Esper ability to try and analyze the core energy of the evolution cube. When they were planning this plan, there was no problem with the idea. However, the situation changed too quickly, and it disrupted the rhythm of many of the dynasty's hardliners. Now, Black Star's strength and status had reached a whole new level, so this plan became more and more risky. Therefore, the upper echelons had no choice but to stop the plan temporarily. They did not want to provoke Black Star, but they also wanted to protect their trump card, God. The reason for this was that Black Star's terrifying rise made the situation change so quickly that no one could react in time. This was why God was in such a strange mood. Black Star's growth speed was even faster than his smurf. It was hard for him not to feel depressed. Black Star, Black Star, God muttered to himself. God mumbled to himself. Without realizing it, he walked to a public training facility. The sound of an intense battle could be heard. He looked over and saw a low-grade elite class fighting each other under the supervision of the instructor. They looked like a group of freshmen. At this time, there were 2 grade C pugilists fighting. One of them had the upper hand, and the other was barely holding on. It looked like it was only a matter of time before he lost. As expected, in just a few seconds, the winner of this battle was decided. The person who was at a disadvantage was kicked away and slid on the ground, stopping right in front of God. Carrot, you lost again. The instructor frowned, looked at the loser, and said with a deep voice, your record is 0 wins and 9 losses. That's ridiculous. Sorry. Carrot rubbed his chest, stood up, and smiled helplessly. The instructor was not happy. He yelled, you're at the bottom of almost every test. I really don't know why the higher-ups arranged for you to be in my elite class. You're dragging down the results of the entire class. I'll let you stay in the class because you're hardworking enough. However, if you're still at the bottom in the next test, I won't give you another chance. I'll definitely kick you out. As soon as he said that, all the students in the class looked at Carrot coldly, not bothering to hide their dislike for him. Although these people were students, they were also talents selected by the dynasty from various troops to further their studies in this secret base. Furthermore, this class was an elite class. They were all talented dynasty officers who were among the top in their respective troops. The opportunity to further their studies was extremely precious, so these students treasured it very much. It was also because of this that they did not like Carrot at all. Carrot was too mediocre and did not look like an elite. Logically speaking, he did not have the right to be specially trained. Because this opportunity was not easy to come by, these elites all felt that it was unfair. In their eyes, a mediocre soldier was actually studying with them. The first thing they thought of was words like connections, so they subconsciously ostracized Carrot. Furthermore, they were all soldiers and believed in the strong. Carrot's ability was too weak, so they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, they would not be nice to him. Sensing everyone's cold gazes, Carrot sighed in his mind. A long time ago, he had already accepted the fact that he was mediocre. He knew from the start that these people were all elites who were far more talented than him, so he was not depressed at all. The opportunity to be specially trained was also thanks to Black Star. Although he was a passive person, he was not someone who did not know how to cherish opportunities. However, he had already tried his best within the limits of his ability, but he still could not catch up to the growth of these elites. There was nothing he could do. God observed quietly from the side, his eyes flashing. A while ago, he heard from someone that Black Star had high hopes for entering the training base. His name was Carrot. Because it was related to Black Star, God remembered it. Today was the first time he met the person. He sized him up and felt that Carrot exuded the word mediocre from head to toe. God thought that he had good eyesight, but he did not find anything special about Carrot. He could not help but feel confused. Why did Black Star have high hopes for this guy in the past? His eyesight is famous for being accurate. He shouldn't have made a mistake. God could not understand. He thought for a while and waved at the instructor. The instructor had noticed God long ago. He immediately walked over with a smile. Almost everyone in the base knew that God was the person who had the highest chance of reaching beyond grade A. He had received a lot of resources from the base, so his status was not low. God, what's the matter? That newbie called Carrot, regardless of whether he passed the test or not. Let him stay in the base, God said in a low voice. Hearing this, the instructor was stunned. According to the results of the test, Carrot was destined to be eliminated and leave the training base. He did not expect God to plead for him. That's not very good. This person has no value. Keeping him around will be a waste of teaching resources. Try to make an exception. God did not see anything special about Carrot, but because Black Star had high hopes for him, he wanted to keep Carrot around to observe him more. Han Shao stayed in Black Star Palace and did not go to the front lines. Time passed quickly, and a month and a half passed very quickly. On this day, a shocking piece of news suddenly broke out in the Modo civilization. The three-race General Assembly suddenly announced the start of the impeachment process against the current Modo Three Kings. In history, the impeachment of the Supreme Leader had not happened many times. This immediately shocked the entire society. As the name suggested, this organization was jointly controlled by the three race councilors. It had a wide range of power, including the right to impeach the Supreme Leader. The people leading the impeachment this time were 33 councilors. They jointly proposed the impeachment, and the three-race General Assembly passed it with a large number of votes. They quickly started preparations. It was obvious that they had come prepared. Although they were shocked, the Modo people were quite supportive. This was because the chaos in the civilization had seriously interfered with the normal operation of society. Although this was the enemy's doing, the people did not care so much. They directly pushed the blame to the Supreme Leader, which saved them a lot of trouble. Marco gathered more opposition parties, and they became more and more powerful. They found a valid reason, claiming that they were restoring law and order and opposing the war. They used a long and rigorous report to analyze Modo's extremely low chance of winning in this war as evidence to oppose the Modo Three Kings' decision to continue supporting the expeditionary army. They called it a meaningless sacrifice. This statement was approved by quite a number of officials and people. Not everyone was willing to sacrifice their current interests for the so-called future development space. Now that the pressure was increasing, the opposition also became more and more intense. The Modo Three Kings did not expect the opposition to suddenly jump out and stab them in the back. At this critical moment, the three of them were instantly disrupted. Chapter 1190. As soon as the impeachment process started, the political world of the Modo civilization became lively. All the factions were dragged into it and forced to take sides. The Modo Three Kings had no choice but to turn their attention back to the country to deal with the impeachment of the opposition. The three of them had no choice but to mobilize the people under them to fight for power. Luckily, they had been in business for many years, and their positions were deeply rooted. It was not that easy to topple them. There were very few authoritarian advanced civilizations. Taking the position of the highest leader did not mean that one would gain supreme power immediately. Politics was the art of compromise. Power came from obedience. Even the leader of a civilization had to gain the support of all the factions and cultivate loyal subordinates in order to strengthen their position. Only then could their power increase. Otherwise, any order they gave would be obstructed by their political enemies. Being the highest leader did not mean that they would be unconditionally obeyed. There were also many people who had their eyes on this position. In the following days, the public saw the changes in the political world. The Modo Three Kings and the opposition, led by Marco, all showed their abilities. The day before yesterday, someone resigned. The day before yesterday, someone was summoned. Today, someone handed in a new report. Tomorrow, some big shot might show up again. The public could not take it all in. The hearings started by the three races were held one after another. The opposition presented a lot of evidence, turning some secrets that were not supposed to be known to the public into evidence, causing an uproar among the public time and time again. The Kundi race incident was one of them. The opposition summoned key witnesses and asked them to provide the signatures of the Modo Three Kings who agreed to this battle plan. They also used evidence to prove that Black Star was targeting Modo because of the Kundi race incident. Therefore, they came to the conclusion that the Modo Three Kings provoked Black Star for the civilization and were the culprit behind Modo's current predicament. The opposition used this as evidence and criticized the Modo Three Kings for making the wrong decision. They believed that the current Modo Three Kings were not capable enough to continue being the leader of the civilization. There was a lot of similar evidence. The opposition threw out some of the shameful things and blamed them all on the Modo Three Kings. They emphasized to the Tri-Species General Assembly that the Moto Three Kings were not capable enough and suggested change. This wasn't an unjust accusation. As the highest leader, even if the plan wasn't thought up by the Three Kings, it still needed the signatures of the Three Kings before it could be carried out. He could only take the blame for this. The endless accusations and smears made the situation more and more unfavorable for the Three Kings of Moto. However, the Three Kings' positions were not so easily shaken. Their relationships were complicated. Many factions, including the military, were strong supporters. These factions all had their own representatives in the General Assembly of the Three Species. They worked together to stop the impeachment process, which was very effective. The military was a firm supporter of the war. They led more senior officials. Compared to the supporters of the Moto Three Kings, the opposition led by Marco was still not enough. The investigation soon ran into obstacles. Therefore, the opposition set their sights on the next Moto Three Kings candidate, hoping to get the support of these so-called princes. In the end, they failed without any suspense. As the impeachment storm fermented, the matter gradually turned into a political conflict. The Three Kings of Moto had already been delayed for too long. They did not want to waste more energy here, so they did not hold back at all. Therefore, this farce came to an end after a short while. The final result was that the General Assembly of the Three Species rejected the opposition's impeachment process. The impeachment ended in failure. It was basically a lose-lose situation. The political enemies had been dealt with. In order to save their reputation, the Three Kings of Moto decided to give a public speech and give a summary response to the impeachment. Vein-Eyed Square, one of the landmark buildings in the capital of the Moto civilization. It was usually a tourist spot with a lot of tourists. Today, it was requisitioned by the government as the venue for the Three Kings' speech. The venue had already been set up. Due to the unfavorable public opinion, the Three Kings of Moto did not give a speech in the government building this time. Instead, they chose to give a speech in front of the public. Many officials came with them. The selected audience filled the square, creating a scene where the senior officials were very close to the public. A cordon was set up outside the square. A large number of security guards were stationed there, guarding the line expressionlessly. Right now, an endless crowd had already gathered outside. Many people held banners in their hands. Most of them had opposing slogans such as "Three Kings Step Down" written on them. These were all protesters. The crowd was agitated. Although the opposition lost, it caused irreparable damage to the reputation of the Three Kings of Moto this time. The official seats were around the podium. The opposition was all arranged at the edge. They were obviously left out. The others did not even want to look in this direction, not wanting to have any connection with the opposition who lost. "I didn't expect the Three Kings to invite us," one of the opposition murmured to himself. "They want us to be humiliated in public to strengthen the effect of the speech." Marco's expression did not look good. He knew very well that at this point, the Three Kings of Moto did not invite them, the opposition, to attend on purpose just to ease their relationship. They must be criticizing their actions from a standpoint of the victors. The opposition naturally jumped out to impeach the Three Kings of Moto because they were confident of winning. However, they lost in the end. All their trump cards were neutralized, and some witnesses changed their statements. Marco could only say that he was not as good as them. In fact, there was still some opposition who did not jump out. They did not dare to take the risk together. In order to change the development path of the civilization, Marco was willing to take the risk. However, in order to keep their positions, these hidden opposition dared not take any action even if they disagreed with the decision of the Three Kings of Moto. They just watched the army die meaninglessly. Although he lost, he also looked down on these cowards. After a while, the Three Kings of Moto arrived together. They walked to the podium, and the focused light chased after the three of them. Warm applause immediately sounded in the square, as if it had been rehearsed, suppressing the curses of the countless onlookers outside the square. The three of them waved their arms at the same time, looked around at the audience, and smiled as a greeting. While the Moto Three Kings scanned the surroundings, Their eyes purposely paused on where Marco and the other members of the opposition were before moving away. The camera then switched to the members of the opposition, recording their expressionless or forced smiles. Humph! Marco clapped his hands and snorted inwardly. Of course, he understood the look that the three kings of Moto were giving him just now. They had the attitude of a victor, ready to settle the score with him later. The applause gradually stopped, and one of the three kings of Moto finally spoke loudly. My compatriots, Moto is a great civilization. We've been united since the exploration era, and generations of kings have led us to create development miracles one after another. After the opening speech, the three of them started reading according to the script. They directly mentioned the recent social unrest and impeachment, admitting that it was the influence of their own decision, but emphasizing that it was the enemy's scheme. They said, because Moto is on the right path, the enemy wants us to retreat, so they use all kinds of schemes to make us fear them. The three of them also explained why they kept sending troops to the flickering world, saying that the reason for this decision was for the future of the civilization, and so on. In a long speech, the three kings refuted and explained the impeachment project one by one, try to save their own reputation and that of the government. What the three kings of Moto said was reasonable. There was applause from time to time. Some onlookers were gradually convinced, and the number of protesters decreased. Other than the reporters, countless onlookers were also recording the speech. In the crowd outside the cordon of the square, a tall and thin man held his multifunctional communication terminal up high to record the speech. He looked like an ordinary person, but in fact, he was one of the Radiant Federation's secret informants responsible for collecting intelligence. He was sent here today to record first-hand footage. The opposition failed, but the three kings of Moto are also greatly weakened. That's good news, this informant mumbled to himself as he worked. He had already finished what he wanted to see. Now that the dust had settled, there was nothing else to be found. Now, he could only wait for the winner's declaration. This informant did not think that he would be able to find anything valuable. He was only here to join in the fun because it was his duty. However, at this moment, a flash of light appeared in the corner of his eyes. This informant turned around subconsciously. He looked through the crowd and saw a faint light on the back of a hooded man's hand. It seemed like some mark was glowing. The next moment, a sharp golden light suddenly flashed across his vision and shot out like lightning. This informant turned around immediately and saw this light shoot toward one of the three kings of Moto who was giving a speech. Dang! A blue magic shield suddenly opened and blocked this light. The Beyond Grade, a defensive enchantment on the three kings of Moto, was activated. It could block many types of attacks. The speech was suddenly interrupted. The three kings of Moto realized what was happening and looked at the incoming attack in shock. It was a golden spear. It was Lodhair's weapon, the deity Assassinator. An assassin. The security guard around were shocked. The Calamity Grade bodyguards standing behind the three kings were shocked. They immediately used their abilities to protect the three kings. Although they reacted quickly, it was already too late. The Beyond Grade, a defensive enchantment with amazing resistance, only blocked the deity Assassinator for a second before it was penetrated instantly. The spear nailed one of the three kings to the ground. His face was still filled with shock. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Someone tried to assassinate the three kings? After their brains finished analyzing this information, countless faces were filled with fear at the same time. Run! Murder! Call a doctor! Lock down the square immediately. No, lock down the entire planet. The next moment, chaos broke out. Both the audience inside and outside the venue fled in panic. The security guards yelled, protecting the remaining two kings as they left the venue while searching the venue. The officials were shocked and fled in a hurry under the protection of their bodyguards. The lively speech venue turned into a mess in the blink of an eye. Who sent this assassin? Crazy. Marco fled in panic with a face full of shock. Assassinating the highest leader of a civilization on the mother planet of a supercluster civilization was suicidal. This had not happened for many years. Even the three universal civilizations would not do it. Who would have thought it would happen so suddenly? The three kings of Modo usually stayed in the central government building. Today, they were giving a public speech, so it became a perfect opportunity. The most unbelievable thing was that the assassin actually succeeded. The beyond grade, defensive enchantments on the three kings were like paper. In the chaotic crowd, the intelligence agent of the Radiant Federation opened his eyes wide. He turned around, trying to find the hooded man, but the other party had already disappeared. Where did this fierce person come from? This is a completely suicidal attack. There's no way he can escape from the mother planet of Modo. The intelligence agent's face twitched. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect to see such a huge piece of information with his own eyes. Almost in an instant, his professionalism made him keenly aware of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 1191. The news of one of the three kings of the Modo civilization being assassinated quickly spread throughout the entire galactic society. That night, one of the three kings was announced to be dead. This sudden change shocked the entire universe. Be it the officials of the advanced civilizations or the ordinary people of the galactic society, their first reaction when they heard this news could be summed up in one word. What the F***CK? The one who died was not a nobody, but the leader of a supercluster civilization, second only to the leaders of the three universal civilizations. For someone of this status to be assassinated, it seemed to be something from the previous era in the eyes of the galactic residents. Who knew how long it had been since such shocking news happened? In the minds of ordinary people, it was impossible for the leaders of advanced civilizations to be assassinated. Because of this, it was even more unbelievable when it happened. This fully demonstrated that everyone was equal in the face of death, and no one could escape death for sure. After the assassination incident broke out, the entire Modo mother planet entered the highest level of martial law. Countless soldiers searched for the culprit, even digging 3 feet into the ground to find the culprit. Many spies of other civilizations were implicated. Quite a number of these people were monitored by the Modo civilization, but Modo did not make a move. They were waiting to catch the big fish. Now, however, they could not care about anything else. They captured all these people and interrogated them. The Modo civilization immediately restricted the release of the video. At the same time, they quickly released an announcement, using extremely harsh words to emphasize that the assassination of the leader of the Modo civilization was a provocation and insult to the entire civilization. They expressed that they would investigate the cause and effect of this matter thoroughly. They also claimed that there was a high chance that this was done by an enemy. Once the identity of the culprit was found, they would not let the matter rest. The assassination incident shocked and confused the people. Under such circumstances, the announcement made by the Modo civilization immediately guided the thoughts of the people, causing them to be angry at a common enemy. They tried to focus this anger on the enemy. Under normal circumstances, this method was correct. It could make the people united against the enemy. However, the various organizations of the 3 universal civilizations hidden in the Modo civilization would not sit back and watch this happen. They kept fanning the flames, releasing all kinds of opinions to affect the effect of the Modo civilization's announcement, changing the thoughts of the people. The method was not fancy, but used more conspiracy theories to come up with all sorts of new speculations for the assassination case. It could be mainly divided into 2 directions. One was to lead the people's thoughts to the path of political assassination, claiming that the opposition had just failed to seize power and had the motive to take the risk to assassinate the 3 kings. It was to make it seem as if it was true. The other direction was to spread rumors that the assassins who claimed to have assassinated one of the 3 kings were actually radicals from the other 2 races that were born out of the racial divide recently. This was to catalyze the evolution of the racial divide. Both of these theories had loopholes, but conspiracy theories had always been popular. While the quantum network facilitated communication in the galactic society, it also became an important platform to set the pace. All kinds of real and fake information were too much for people to take in, weakening the judgment of the people. In addition, the assassination made it difficult for a large number of people to maintain their rationality. So these two theories were actually supported by many people. At the same time, dozens of foreign terrorist forces joined in the fun and announced that they would take responsibility for this matter. It was as if this had become an opportunity to establish their status in the gray world. All of a sudden, the racial divide and the people who angrily denounced the political assassination kept growing. The seeds of chaos gradually took root and sprouted. Countless voices of condemnation appeared on the internet. Until something big happened, one would never know what kind of strange opinions would appear. They could always break the worldview of the entire society time and time again. The Modo civilization was in a terrible state because of this assassination. They did not have the time to slowly deal with the public opinion. They could only take a tough approach and forbid the people from discussing these two possibilities. Although the upper echelons knew that this would cause a backlash, they could only choose the lesser of two evils and stop the rumors from spreading first. The assassination of the three kings had caused a huge uproar. Countless powers had turned their attention over, and a storm was brewing under everyone's watchful eyes. On the other hand, Han Xiao, who was far away in the flickering world, also received the news. What the F***CK? Someone tried to assassinate the three kings of Modo. Whose cutie is this? Han Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He had similar thoughts before, but he did not put them into action in the end, nor did he order his subordinates to carry out the assassination. The reason he did not do it was mainly because of his identity. He was now a hero created by the world order, so it was impossible for him to assassinate the leader of an advanced civilization. However, if someone else carried out the assassination, Han Xiao would be happy to see it happen. To him, it was like a fisherman taking advantage of a sandpiper and a clam fighting. He could roughly guess the various consequences of this. Whether the Modo civilization caught the murderer or not, they would have to give the results of the investigation. Even if they could not find out the truth, they would have to find a good scapegoat to resolve the social conflict in the country and give the people a direction to vent their emotions. It all depended on what Modo chose to resolve this. If they wanted to minimize the problem, it would be the most convenient to push it to the terrorist organizations outside the country. If they wanted to cause trouble, both the three universal civilizations and himself would be targeted. This way, Modo would have a new motive for the flickering war. They would continuously send out troops and occupy the high ground of public opinion. As for the truth, who knew what was going on? Because the Modo civilization prohibited the release of videos, he could not see the video of the assassination. However, he did not think the three universal civilizations were the murderers. There was no need for that at all. Could it be that they were really extremists? Han Xiao felt an unbearable itch in his heart. Which idiot is so reckless? He's practically sacrificing himself for others. Just as he was sighing to himself, his communicator suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was an encrypted communication request from Lodhair. Han Xiao's expression froze. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sending me a message at this time? No way. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he picked up the call and heard the sound of steady breathing in the communication channel. Lodhair? Han Xiao subconsciously lowered his voice. Amichum, please don't tell me that you're the one who did this. It was me. Hearing this answer, Han Xiao's vision turned black. What the F***CK? I was guessing for a long time. After confirming the look, it turned out to be my iron head. This is too exciting. My little heart can't take it. Are you crazy? I didn't order you to do this. You told me to do my best to disrupt Modo's social order. I understood your strategic intention, Lodhair said with a serious tone. So you decided to assassinate the Modo three kings on your own? Han Xiao felt like he was about to explode. I did not disappoint you. You're really a F***king genius. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Even most players can't compare to you in terms of subjective initiative. As expected of someone who dared to assassinate ES God. You're so reckless that my trigeminal nerve hurts. I'm clearly a stable man. Why do I have such an iron-headed subordinate? Taking 2 deep breaths, Han Shao calmed himself down. At this point, he could only accept reality and clean up after him. Where are you? Have you escaped Moto's mother planet? I've already left. Otherwise, I wouldn't have contacted you. Loathair briefly described what happened to him. He was not really reckless. He had snuck into Moto's mother planet more than a month ago and left a few backup plans. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Because he could not get in touch with the 3 kings, he had been waiting patiently. A few days ago, when he saw the 3 kings speech announcement, he knew that his chance had come. Thus, he made the necessary arrangements before taking action. After so many assassinations, Loathair had accumulated a lot of experience in running. He was already an expert. From a successful assassination to the Moto troops executing the lockdown order, there was a reaction process. He took advantage of this time to successfully escape. The whole process was orderly. However, he was only safe for now. He still had to face the Moto civilization's pursuit. After hearing Loathair's story, Han Shao said helplessly, "It's not easy to escape from their territory. You won't be able to escape so easily in their territory. Stop all your assassination missions for now. You've already killed 1 leader, so there's no need to continue targeting them. Focus on escaping, and I'll see if I can bring you back." Since he had already done it, he could not just watch Loathair fall into Moto's hands. This kind of thing could be done, but could not be said. Otherwise, the disadvantages would outweigh the benefits. As long as Moto did not catch him and there was no solid evidence, he could deny it afterward. It would be impossible for Han Shao not to blame Loathair for acting on his own accord. He had been sitting on the fence, but now there was a risk. Assassinating the 3 kings was not part of his plan. However, there were also benefits in this. The assassin was one of them, which meant that the damage this incident caused to the Moto civilization was also part of the mission progress of Kundi race leader's last wish. Maybe he would complete this mission sooner than he expected. On the Moto civilization's mother planet, bang! A group of soldiers broke into the office, looked around, and said coldly, "Marco, come with us for investigation." Marco slowly got up with a bitter expression. All the opposition parties had become the focus of internal investigation. Everyone was implicated because they had a suspicious motive. No matter how wrong they felt, they could only accept the investigation obediently. The sudden assassination had also trapped them, the opposition. At this moment, Marco only had one thought in his mind. F***. Chapter 1192. In the conference room, with 3 times the security, the 2 kings of Moto and the upper echelons held an emergency meeting. Everyone present was someone who had seen the world, so they got over the shock very quickly. As soon as they recovered, they felt endless anger and fear. Did you find out who did it? The 2 kings of Moto were livid. Every time they thought back to that scene, they would feel fear. If it had not been their unlucky colleague who gave the speech, they might have been the ones who died, who dared to openly assassinate them, the leaders of their civilization. This was a challenge to the entire Moto civilization. The 2 of them were furious. "We haven't caught the culprit yet, but the intelligence department has submitted the analysis report of the video and found a match in the database." A senior intelligence officer operated on the table with a serious expression. The next moment, a green virtual screen rose from the table in front of every officer, displaying the same document. The weapon used by the culprit is a golden spear. According to the data, the owner of this weapon is a highly wanted criminal with the code name Secret Thorn. The earliest record was during the Kundi race incident. This person committed many assassination cases back then and disappeared for more than 10 years. Recently, he became active in the country again and killed some elites of various industries. According to the analysis, Secret Thorn has the strength of a top calamity grade and is suspected to be at the level of a beyond grade A seed. The golden spear he used is a powerful enchanted weapon, but because there are too few observation records, we don't have much information. However, from this assassination case, we can infer that Secret Thorn, this weapon has extremely strong energy penetration and is extremely lethal to powerful targets. On the other hand, Secret Thorn might be a gang. It seems like many of the assassination cases committed by other people are related to him. We suspect that he formed an organization in the more than 10 years he disappeared. The assassinations targeting the Modo civilization were not all done by the Assassin Society. There were other organizations that were active in the dark. There were many enemies of advanced civilizations. Seeing that Modo was in chaos, some of them took advantage of the situation. Some of them were black market assassination organizations, and some are foreign terrorist organizations. There were also racial radicals and criminals who pretended to be assassins to commit crimes. The law and order of society were unstable, and the police were having a hard time. After the two kings of Modo finished reading the report, one of them yelled, "I'm more concerned about who ordered this assassin. Which power does he belong to?" The appearance of the secret assassin is obviously related to the Kundi race incident. Back then, the main parties involved were the Red Empire and their allies. Although we don't know which organization the assassin belongs to, he definitely has something to do with the Red Empire. He might be a soldier of the dynasty secretly nurtured, or he might be an officer of one of the dynasty's beyond grade A allies. So, this operation might be ordered by the Red Empire? The two kings of Modo looked uncertain. That's not necessarily. The intelligence officer thought about it and said with a deep voice, "The situation back then was different from now. More than 10 years ago, the Beyond Grade A Association had yet to be established, and the dynasty still had enough control over their Beyond Grade A allies. The assassination back then was indeed related to the dynasty, but the situation has changed now. We cannot rule out the possibility that this incident was a private action of the Beyond Grade As." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. A figure subconsciously appeared in their minds. Could it be Black Star? The Modo 2 kings were shocked and furious. Although the Red Empire was a gangster, the risk of assassinating the leader of an advanced civilization was far greater than the benefits. There was basically no reason for them to do so. After thinking about it, it seemed like only Black Star, who had a deep grudge against them, had such a motive. Black Star. He gained the upper hand in the flickering war and made us suffer a lot. But does that make him think he can do whatever he wants? How dare he do such a thing? He's too arrogant. Modo will never let him go. The two kings of Modo were furious. This way, they had one more goal in the flickering war. Not only was it for the future of the civilization, but it was also to make Black Star pay with his life. The two of them believed that after this incident, the entire civilization would be united against a common enemy. However, this time, one of the upper echelons hesitated and objected. But I don't think that's right. What's Black Star doing this for? Is it just a momentary revenge? That doesn't make sense. He's a person who prioritizes his own interests. He gained the upper hand in the flickering world and took the initiative. To be honest, he could have surrounded the enemy and made us suffer again and again. There's no need for him to assassinate the leader of a civilization. Doing so would even bring him risks. If he's exposed, the hero image that the three universal civilizations created for him will be heavily damaged, and he'll fall into a passive position. Black Star doesn't look like someone who would make such a rash decision. After hearing this, the upper echelons present frowned, shocked and doubtful. Makes sense. Black Star wouldn't do something meaningless. If the assassination was his idea, he must have done it to achieve some goal. What goal could it be? The room quieted down. Everyone frowned as they racked their brains, trying to come up with a solution. After more than 10 seconds, an intelligence officer's eyes sparkled. He stood up and said, "I think I understand Black Star's plan." "Oh, hurry up and tell us." Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on him. This intelligence officer's eyes flickered, and his tone was firm. "Black Star is doing this to prevent us from surrendering." Everyone tilted their heads in unison, a big question mark popping up in their heads. "You explain." The two kings of Modo frowned. "My guess is this. Black Star knows that we know very well that Modo has no chance of breaking out of this situation in his hands. He's afraid that we'll give up on the flickering war and withdraw the expeditionary army. This way, he won't be able to continue attacking the enemy. Therefore, in order to prevent us from retreating, he secretly ordered the assassins to do this, publicly provoking the face of the entire Moto civilization. It's because he predicted our reaction in advance. Whether the assassins are his people or not, we'll definitely suspect him. Then, because we're enemies, he thinks that there's a high chance that we'll publicly claim that Black Star is the mastermind and damage his reputation in this way. This way, we'll fulfill his wish. Once we claim that Black Star is the mastermind, under the eyes of the entire universe, we'll have to pursue the matter to the end. We can't withdraw the expeditionary army easily. Instead, we'll have to keep sending in more troops. Otherwise, the outside world will think that we're giving in. As an advanced civilization whose leader was assassinated, there is no way we will compromise. This way, Black Star has successfully maintained the situation and prevented us from retreating. He will continue to encircle our base and attack reinforcements, constantly chipping away at our troops. Everyone shuddered. They quickly thought back and realized that their thoughts were actually the same as this speculation. They could not help but feel chills down their spines. As expected, our reactions were all predicted by Black Star. Luckily, we predicted Black Star's prediction. One of the two kings of Moto shook his head and said, No, Black Star knows that we'll accuse him. Isn't he afraid of losing his reputation? I think he might not be afraid. An official pondered and said, If we don't catch the culprit and have no evidence with Black Star's heroic image, who will the outside world believe? Even if we have evidence, Black Star can still deny it and say that we're framing him. Plus, his heroic image was specially created by the three universal civilizations. Although Black Star enjoys the benefits, he's also bound by his reputation. If he can get rid of it, Black Star won't lose anything. The three universal civilizations might be more anxious than him. As soon as he said that, many people nodded and felt that it made sense. The two kings of Moto suppressed their anger and said, Then, if Black Star really did it, not only will we not pursue the matter, but we'll even help him cover it up? Impossible. Don't even think about it. The two of them admitted that this inference made sense, but in order to not fall for Black Star's scheme, they, as an advanced civilization, would not pursue the culprit, but instead hide the culprit and suffer such a huge loss for nothing. This is ridiculous. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? We're a supercluster civilization. Why would we be scared by something like this? This is such a horrible incident. We'll deal with it however we want. There's no way we'll compromise. This time, the intelligence officer who made this inference hesitated for a while before speaking again. Actually, there's another possibility. Continue. I just thought about it. What if a third party predicted our reaction based on our grudge with Black Star? So they sent someone to pretend to be a secret assassin or bribed this assassin and deliberately assassinated Black Star in front of everyone, causing a huge commotion and framing Black Star, deepening our grudge with Black Star. Would that be the case? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. There were many examples of third parties instigating conflicts in history. This inference was completely possible. Who would do such a thing? Needless to say, it could be Moto's enemy, or it could be Black Star's enemy. They secretly instigated conflicts and watched us fight each other until both sides suffered losses. So, if that's the case, we should withdraw the expeditionary army so that we won't fall into the enemy's trap. The two kings of Moto were led into thinking again and again. They were completely confused. They couldn't be blamed for overthinking things. Smart people would always make all kinds of assumptions about an undetermined event, guessing the reasons behind it, and deducing things from one level to the fourth or fifth level. However, they didn't think that the matter was actually very simple. It was just a hothead acting on his own initiative, and everything else was just him fooling himself. Your Excellencies, we're just making assumptions now. We can't confirm that Black Star is the culprit yet. Catching the culprit is our top priority. An upper echelon reminded them. The two kings of Moto came back to their senses, nodded heavily, and shouted, Yes, that's right. No matter what, track the killer with all your might. We must catch him and find out who the mastermind is. Even if it's really Black Star's trap, Moto will not back down or compromise. Then, The two of them looked extremely gloomy. They felt depressed. They felt that no matter what choice they made, they would not be able to escape from Black Star's grasp. An opponent like this was so scary. Everyone looked at each other. Many people wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. If it really was Black Star's trap, then the two kings of Moto's decision was exactly what he wanted. In some people's eyes, the two kings had lost their minds. The opposers who jumped out were being investigated, but there were still some opposers who did not jump out. They were getting more and more uncertain. Maybe Marco and the others were right. It was time for a new leader. In the corner, seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, the intelligence officer who made the conjecture sat down. He only had one thought in his mind. Help me up. I can still imagine. If Moto only suspected Black Star, then the Red Empire was certain. So, Black Star might be doing this to prevent the Moto civilization from backing down. In the Red Empire's ruler's office, Urinril crossed her arms and rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes flickered. Moto had blocked the video, so the assassination process could not be seen through normal channels. However, the three universal civilizations naturally had their ways to get the video. It had nothing to do with virtual technology, but because they had accumulated enough intelligence channels over the years. In this regard, the accumulation of advanced civilizations was not something a beyond grade A could compare to. For example, Han Zhao's influence in the primeval Star River was limited. Although he could easily get the video with his virtual technology, he still had to go through a process. He had to descend from the flickering world and launch a virtual intrusion to get the video. Not doing it personally, but still wanting to get the information immediately was within the scope of intelligence channels. During the Kundi race incident, Black Star and the Dynasty had a tacit understanding when it came to assassinations. Because she had seen it before, even if she did not know the exact identity of the Golden Spear user, she could conclude that this person was Black Star's subordinate. Therefore, she immediately thought that the assassination of the Moto 3 kings was part of Black Star's plan. Black Star is more daring than I thought. He even dares to assassinate the leaders of advanced civilizations. Although it's a little against the rules, it seems to be quite effective. Looking at the report on the screen, Urinril's eyes sparkled. Not long after receiving the news, she also saw through Black Star's plan. The three universal civilizations also did not want the Moto civilization to back down so quickly. Their goal was to beat up these supercluster civilizations. Black Star's method was in line with the interests of the three universal civilizations. Wonderful, wonderful. However, this is still a little too much. Urinril stopped smiling. A beyond grade A assassinating the leader of an advanced civilization was a very sensitive matter. It would touch the nerves of all advanced civilizations, including the three universal civilizations. Just thinking about the meaning behind this was enough to know how bad the nature of this was and how much the leaders of the advanced civilizations feared it. This was because this was what Beyond Grade did when they were first born. Using a single soldier's combat power to kill a leader was much more cost-effective than using it in a large-scale war. One could imagine how terrifying a Beyond Grade, who focused on being an assassin, could be. During the Exploration Era War, the Beyond Grade A assassins who specifically targeted the leaders of civilizations were the nightmare of all the surviving civilizations. The three universal civilizations built the psionic seal ring on their mother planet mainly to prevent other civilizations from attacking their mother planet, but they also prevented Beyond Grade A assassins from targeting the leaders of civilizations. This assassination case reminded Urinrel of the tragic examples from the Exploration Era. Once someone made such a mistake, it was very likely to have a far-reaching impact that was detrimental to the advanced civilizations. Sigh. After pondering for a long time, Urinril finally sighed. Times had changed. No matter what, Black Star was an important ally recognized by the dynasty, a national pillar. On this matter, she had no choice but to clean up after him. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to do something like betray an ally. I wonder if Black Star's subordinates managed to escape. Just in case, let's get the people hiding in the Moto civilization to provide some help. Chapter 1193. You have triggered the mission, Escape. Mission Introduction. Your comrade Lodehair succeeded in assassinating the leader of the Moto civilization and is being hunted down. He is trying to escape from the Moto civilization and needs help. Mission requirements. Help Lodehair escape from the Moto civilization. Reward. 800 million experience, 2 random rewards, 1 chance to draw Lodehair's ability. Milestone Civilization Leader Assassin. Remarks. Minus 3,000 Moto civilization favorability if you accept this mission. The mission only appeared now. On the other side, Han Xiao, who was in Black Star Palace, suddenly received a notification on the interface, which surprised and confused him. Glancing at the mission introduction, Han Xiao accepted it without hesitation. His favorability with the Moto civilization had already reached the core of the planet, so there was no room for it to go any lower. Saving Lodehair was something he was destined to do, so it was naturally a good thing to have an additional reward. He was just curious as to why the mission did not appear when he was chatting with Lodehair and only triggered when he made the necessary arrangements. I've made all the necessary arrangements. I wonder if I can save Lodehair. Han Xiao shook his head. He was not 100% confident. Pessimistically, the success rate was only about 95%. Ever since he became the consultant of the 3 universal civilizations, the Black Star Corps' branch construction had become much more convenient. They even had a branch in the primeval Star River. Although he could not build an intelligence network in the supercluster civilization in that star field, their armed forces were not bad. Han Xiao also left a lot of mechanical soldiers there, and even a king mechanical suit as insurance. After receiving Lodehair's news, he immediately ordered his troops to sneak into Moto with the king and rescue Lodehair. As long as they could connect, Lodehair could use the king to get out of danger. As for the others in the Assassin Society, they could only work hard on their own. However, these people were not the main target, and they did not know that the boss behind this was Black Star, so there was not much information that could be leaked. The King Mechanical Suit was the universal treasure and equipment that Han Xiao had built the most. Although it was expensive to build, ever since he obtained Billion Mecha Empire, Manison, the success rate of building gold equipment had greatly increased. He had to admit that the exclusive ability of the Mecha Empire was really useful. But the main reason was still money. Thinking back to when he had just entered the universe, he could not wait to spend 1 anus. Now, he could not even be bothered to look at a business that was less than 50 million anus. Perhaps this is growth, Han Xiao thought to himself. Although saving Lodehair was important, he did not plan to go there personally. The journey was long, and it was enough to let the local branch's mechanical army bring along the Lord's avatar. He had already made all the arrangements, and there was nothing else he could help with. At this moment, Han Xiao was sitting cross-legged 5 meters above the ground on the rooftop of the Black Star Palace's main base. There were dozens of circular mechanical devices of various sizes floating around him. From Han Xiao's point of view, every ring had 1 to hundreds of stars in it. Hazy light rays rose from the rings like a layer of energy filter, sifting out specks of light from nothingness and landing on the surface of Han Xiao's body. They melted and were absorbed by his skin. He had created this scene because he was practicing the Dragon Emperor star power absorption technique that Ames had given him. The circular devices beside him were training aids that he had created. They were called star power converters, and they could increase the effect of a single training session. Exhaling a breath that contained starlight, Han Xiao felt the energy flow in his body. His cells seemed to be wrapped in a layer of hazy starlight. He could not help but smack his lips in admiration. TSK, the effect of this energy training technique is even better than Heber's stellar furnace training technique. Im's creative ability is not bad. She really gave me a surprise. No super would complain about having too much energy. Even the beyond grade, as with unlimited energy recovery, would not stop training their energy. Every increase in the upper limit was a widening of their limits. Han Xiao was no exception. He had always paid attention to this aspect and often searched for various energy training techniques. Originally, among all the energy training techniques, the one with the best effect was the Heber's stellar furnace training technique, which increased the upper limit of his energy by 16,750 points. However, its position was now replaced by the Dragon Emperor Star Power Absorption technique. This energy training technique increased one's energy by 800 points, and the upper limit was 800 times. The effect of a single training session could increase one's energy by 30 points. In the most ideal situation, it could increase one's upper limit by close to 25,000 points. Such a good effect could definitely increase one's energy level by another level and obtain a new layer of attribute bonuses. The increase was huge. Even with radiation absorption, which could increase one's energy by just hacking, after 30 years of accumulation, it only increased one's energy by about 16,000 points. It did not exceed the Dragon Emperor Star Power Absorption technique. However, the increase in his basic attributes was quite significant. So far, radiation absorption had accumulated a large amount of strength, agility, and endurance. Old Manison had once said that the strength of a mechanic came from their foundation. The longer they lived, the stronger they would be. This talent was the perfect interpretation of this sentence. After the single training session ended, Han Xiao put away the star power converter. As he went downstairs to his office, he opened the forums to take a look. There is still some time before the date of the battle, but almost all the guild alliances had responded. The impact was obvious. The sales of the army's faction store soared, and a bunch of army players finally stopped saving money and started buying to increase their strength. Han Zhao's efficiency of receiving experience in the past few days had skyrocketed. On the other hand, the preparations for the 4th Pro League had already begun. It had attracted a lot of attention and indirectly strengthened the player's desire to shop, giving him an assist before the end of the version. At this rate, not only will I be able to save enough experience to advance to level 340 by the end of version 4.0, but I'll also have quite a lot left. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. This time, a blonde figure walked out from the corner in front of him. When she saw Han Xiao, she was stunned for a second. Then, she went from jogging to sprinting, dribbling the ball into Han Xiao's arms like a swallow, returning to the forest. Uncle, Aurora buried her head in Han Xiao's arms. How old are you already? And you're still acting like a spoiled child in front of me. Han Xiao ruffled Aurora's hair and pushed her away. In front of you, I'll always be a child. Aurora giggled. She did have a right to say that. The abundant life energy allowed her to maintain the youthful feeling of a young girl. Han Xiao covered her head with his large hand and asked, "How's your progress?" "I think it's pretty fast." Aurora raised her hand and released a ball of life energy. The light seemed to be a little brighter. "Let me check." Nanoparticles surged on Han Zhao's fingertips, forming a metal needle. He pierced it into Aurora's arm, revealing her combat information. Her attributes were displayed. After taking a look, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Ever since Aurora became the host of the Holy Light Particle, Han Xiao had hired a large number of employees to be in charge of cultivating the Holy Light seeds for Aurora to absorb and increase her strength. The effect was very obvious. The unique characteristic of the Life Esper ability allowed Aurora to have no bottlenecks. As long as she accumulated enough, she would be able to advance naturally. Thus, the method of harvesting leaks with the Holy Light Particle was extremely suitable for her, allowing her to improve at a godly speed. With her current growth speed, Aurora would not need hundreds or thousands of years to advance to the beyond Grade A realm. This time would probably be shortened by %. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied with your progress. Keep up the good work. Now go and play. Han Xiao smiled. Humph, I'm doing serious things in the army, not playing. Don't always treat me like a child. Aurora wrinkled her nose unhappily, turned around, and ran away. Han Xiao. Just now, you said you'll always be a child, and now you're blaming me for treating you like a child. What's going on? Women's hearts are really fickle. It's even harder to understand than Manison's felon technology. Han Xiao shook his head and could not be bothered to chase after her. He turned around and returned to his office. As soon as he entered, his communicator rang. He opened it and saw that it was actually a call from Kasui. Han Shao casually sat back on the throne, leaned back lazily, and answered the call. Yo, old Kasui, you rarely contact me. What's the matter today? Let me ask you, do you have time recently? Why are you asking me out? You can say that. I plan to explore a special secondary dimension and hope to find a mechanic to form a team. It would be best if you're free. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He sat up a little and asked, why don't you look for Manison? I remember that your relationship with him is pretty good. He's not in a good situation recently, so it's not convenient to look for him. In comparison, you're my first choice. You're more suitable for this operation. Oh, why am I more suitable? Because that place is very dangerous. I need some meat shields at the front, so, you know. Kasui coughed dryly. Han Shao could not help but cluck his tongue. No wonder you're looking for me. It turns out that you've taken a fancy to my tankiness. What's there to hide? You can just say that you're craving my body. How dangerous is that secondary dimension? I've never explored it, so I don't know the specifics. However, it's definitely very dangerous. Even beyond grade, as will be threatened. Who else is going? Just you and me. I don't want too many people to participate in this operation. Hearing this, Han Shao narrowed his eyes. He felt that Kasui's trip was definitely not as simple as an exploration, and he did not know what secret goal he had. That's about it. Black Star, when are you free? In a few months. You also know about the matter between Moto and me. I don't have the time to do anything else for the time being. Are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for you, but don't make me wait too long. That's easy. If you deal with Moto together with me, I'll be free in advance, Han Shao teased. Hee, you'd better go fool someone else. Kasui smiled faintly, indicating that they were both smart people, so there was no need to be so flirtatious. This time, Han Shao changed the topic and said, it's not a problem for me to accompany you, but you have to at least show some sincerity. What kind of reward do you want? As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree to it, Kasui said. Now that you mention it so suddenly, I really don't know what to ask for. Can you make a few more requests? No, just one. Kasui's expression did not change. I haven't thought about it yet. Han Shao shrugged. This was a favor from Kasui, and he did not want to waste it easily. Anyway, it's still early. Take your time to think about it. Just tell me when the time comes. After reaching an agreement, Kasui did not delay any longer and hung up after a few words. Han Shao put down the communicator and pondered. Amazing. Even Kasui has to find teammates to share the risk. What's the situation in that secondary dimension? Is it really that dangerous? It was a pity that the mission had not been triggered yet, and he did not have any additional clues for the time being. After thinking for a while, he still had no clue and kept this matter in his heart. In the next 10 days or so, the Moto civilization searched for Lodehair without restraint. However, the progress was not smooth, and accidents happened frequently. The forces that the Red Empire left in Moto kept causing trouble, hindering the Moto civilization's search operation both openly and secretly. However, they also lost a lot of people and were captured by Moto for interrogation. Under such circumstances, the assassins in Moto all stopped their actions and went into hiding, afraid of being implicated. They all sighed at how bold this fellow assassin of the Moto leader was. Being heavily pursued, Lodehair's experience played a huge role. He kept hiding his tracks, avoiding wave after wave of pursuers. He had a lot of stealth abilities to begin with, and he also had the bonus of the intermediate luck glow. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger and met up with the mechanical army that Han Shao had snuck into Moto. The mechanical army successfully sent the king to Lodehair. With the help of this gold equipment, he directly teleported away and was completely out of danger. He would not be found by Moto again. However, the Moto civilization did not know any of this. They were still chasing after him. However, a few days later, the peaceful upper echelons changed again. Due to the death of one of the Moto leaders, one of the 3 kings was missing. The tribe that this position represented was very dissatisfied and did not want this situation to continue. Therefore, with the help of various parties, a candidate quickly took over and filled this vacancy. For the time being, the organization returned to the Three Kings. However, this new leader seemed to have a different political view from the old Two Kings. He did not agree with continuing to attack the flickering world. On the other hand, due to various political factors and interests, the opposition seemed to have grown stronger. Marco and the other upper echelons of the original opposition, who were severely investigated, were all released after being cleared of suspicion. Under the protection of some political force, not only were they not punished, they were even more determined to oppose continuing to participate in the flickering war. The upper echelons of the Modo civilization changed again, but this time it was different from the public impeachment. The public did not know the truth. They only found out that the officials had been transferred very frequently during this period. No outsiders knew what kind of political conflicts and compromises the upper echelons of the Modo civilization had. They only knew that half a month after the assassination, the Modo civilization publicly released the current investigation report. The report did not mention the names of the three universal civilizations and the Black Star Corps. It only said that many suspects had been caught and that there had been some progress. However, it did not go into detail about what the progress was. At the end of the report, the Modo civilization changed the topic and said that they would suppress all the foreign terrorist organizations that claimed to be responsible for the assassination. They said that these organizations were provoking Modo's reputation and were very suspicious. Under the Modo civilization's manipulation, the public opinion in the country was vented toward these foreign terrorist organizations. The hatred was transferred to them. On the other hand, the spies and mechanical troops that Han Shao left in the Modo Expeditionary Army's territory noticed the other party's movements. Expeditionary Army fleets sailed away one after another and disappeared from their territory. Very soon, not only the Black Star Corps, but the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance also noticed this situation. Although it was not explicitly stated, everyone could guess what happened to the Modo civilization. The Modo Expeditionary Army was retreating. The opposition forced the emperor to abdicate. The domestic situation was unstable, and there might be all kinds of traps behind the assassination. In the end, the opposition gained the upper hand and forced the two kings of Modo to compromise. They ordered the withdrawal of the Expeditionary Army and decided to give up on participating in the flickering war. Another, simpler way to put it could be summarized. The Modo civilization had been eliminated by Black Star. Chapter 1194. In the Army Commander's office in Black Star Palace, Lodehair's remote projection stood in the middle of the room. Han Shao walked around him, sizing him up and sighing from time to time. "Young man, although you've successfully escaped this time, don't be too happy. I still have to settle the score with you. What instructions do you have?" Lodehair accepted the lecture calmly. Han Shao stood in front of Lodehair, stood with his hands behind his back, and reprimanded him. "Although the operation was successful, it was your own decision after all, so I had to help you deal with the aftermath. Those who didn't know would think you were the boss. You should have asked for my permission before taking action on such a huge matter. Got it? Definitely next time." Lodehair was a man of few words. Han Shao snorted, paused, and said, "The impact of this assassination is huge. The Modo civilization has given up on the flickering war to deal with internal affairs, so they won't let this go easily. Therefore, all the activities of the Assassin Society will be temporarily suspended. Go into hiding and wait until this is over before I allow you to come out again." "How long do I have to wait?" "A few decades," Han Shao said. "You have to make good use of this time to train." "Okay." Lodehair did not complain and agreed calmly. It just so happened that the huge impact of this assassination gave him a new understanding, and he wanted to digest this experience in peace. Assassinating the leader of an advanced civilization was undoubtedly a legendary event, bringing him subtle changes. It was like some kind of promotion opportunity, increasing the possibility of him reaching the beyond grade A level. However, Lodehair did not have an interface, so he could not know all of this clearly. He only had a vague feeling. After giving some more instructions, Han Xiao ended the communication. His purposefully serious face relaxed, and he smiled. This time, Lodehair had acted first and reported later, which gave him quite a fright. However, the result was very good. As the Modo civilization compromised and withdrew their troops, the second request of Kundi race leader's last wish was displayed as completed in gold. If not for Lodehair's assassination, there would not have been such a huge change in the upper echelons of Modo. If that happened, he would have had to spend more effort and pay a higher price to defeat Modo. Furthermore, the chain of chaos caused by the leader's assassination was also included in the mission progress, which dealt a heavy blow to Modo. Although Lodehair acted on his own initiative this time, the results were still reliable. Han Xiao had always thought highly of Lodehair. In his eyes, Lodehair had the potential to become a beyond grade A super, and he had much more room to nurture than someone like Hardaway. Freezing the actions of the Assassin Society would allow Lodehair to have more time to explore the opportunity to advance. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao opened the mission list on the interface and looked at the two golden missions. Escape and Kundi Leader's Last Wish were both unlockable. He had already completed one of the two mission requirements for the latter. The enemy, Proof of Leadership, and Kundi Wrath could now be extracted. Han Xiao thought about it and temporarily suppressed the desire to complete Kundi Leader's Last Wish. This was because the first mission requirement was to provide protection to the Kundi race during the transformation period, which had not been completed yet. This Grade S mission was a complete mission, not a chain mission. Therefore, once he completed the mission, all the mission requirements would be calculated together. If he completed the mission now, he would not be able to obtain the reward for the first requirement. He really wanted the 4 political asset reward for the first requirement. Anyway, he had the initiative to complete the mission, and he could obtain the 3 abilities at any time, so he was not in a hurry. Let's get Lodehair's mission reward first. Escape completed. Minus 3,000 Modo civilization favorability. Current relationship. Mortal enemy. You have received 800 million EXP, 2 random rewards, and milestone. Civilization Leader Assassin. Civilization Leader Assassin. Minus 10 favorability of all civilization leaders. Your declaration will be more likely to be taken seriously by the various civilizations. This milestone is for the wanted criminals of the evil faction, right? Han Zhao's eyelids twitched. To a wanted criminal, the favorability of civilization leader was nothing. However, he was someone with status, and the favorability of a civilization leader was still useful. However, he did not care too much. The only advanced civilization leader that he had a good relationship with was Unravel. The other advanced civilization leaders were the President of Radiance and the Pope of Ethereal. All of them had negative favorability, but they still chose to cooperate with him. As long as the benefits were there, the influence of the favorability of a leader would be negligible. Furthermore, the value of the 10 favorability of a civilization leader could not be compared to the effect of the milestone at all. Although the range was not high, the range of the effect was extremely exaggerated. It covered an entire civilization and could weaken the resistance of all the armies of an enemy civilization. Han Xiao immediately realized that this ability could give the entire explored universe an innate advantage when facing the World Tree civilization. Compared to that, the loss of favorable impression points was nothing. This is what they mean by, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm so great. Han Xiao was almost touched by himself. He calmed himself down and continued to look at the ability extraction interface. You have received, draw one of Lodehair's abilities, ability/talent. Tip: Lodehair's class is a pugilist. Some of his abilities do not match your class. Some of the abilities have been adjusted. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as the reward. 1. Concealment Master. Talent. Greatly reduce your presence in the eyes of others. Greatly reduce the chances of enemies discovering you, and greatly reduce the clues left behind during your activities. You can easily find all the elements in an area that could expose you, including but not limited to all kinds of surveillance devices and detection spells. 2. Assassination mark. Ability, mark a target. Your next attack on the target will increase damage by percent, critical rate by 45%, and critical damage by 100%. Cost, 150 energy. Cooldown, 48. 3. Lethal strike. Ability, when your next attack successfully hits the target, immediately perform an instant death judgment. The judgment basis is the target's HP, Yindi, instant death resistance, LUK, and the level difference between the two sides. If the judgment passes, the target will die immediately. If the judgment fails, an additional 280% damage will be dealt. Cost, 500 energy. Cooldown, 1200. 4. The Way of the Assassin, understanding. Ability, inject energy into the next attack, accumulating an additional attack bonus. 10 energy conversion, 1% attack bonus, up to a maximum of 300% attack bonus. Cooldown, 150s. Wow, this young man. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. What is a master assassin? This is a master assassin. All these years, Lodehair was not around, so Han Zhao had not looked at his interface for a long time. He still remembered that among the 5 options, other than the second one, the other 4 were abilities that Lodehair did not have back then. Looks like this kid has not been idle for the past 20 years. He has learned quite a few new skills. Han Zhao was pleasantly surprised. With such a strong learning ability, he felt that he could compete with Nero. He had really picked up a treasure. After browsing through it carefully, he would not choose the second or third option. Although the instant death judgment of death in one hit was quite tempting, Han Zhao eliminated this ability without hesitation when he saw that there was a luck attribute in the judgment. Even his nickname had the word black in it, so how could he not know? The fourth option, The Way of the Assassin, understanding, was quite powerful, but after some consideration, Han Zhao also eliminated it. This ability could only provide an additional bonus for the next attack. Mechanics played with fire coverage, and attack frequency was the way to go. Although the Iron Head Doll charge that he had obtained from Yin Ying could be used together with this ability, the path it took was too different, and there were not many opportunities to use it. Han Zhao was mainly hesitating between the first and the fifth option. Stealth Master was a functional talent that greatly strengthened one's stealth ability. It would be of great use in espionage operations, hiding behind enemy lines, stealing intelligence, and so on. Although it would not increase one's combat strength, it would provide another type of support. However, the bonus from Fearless Heart was too great. This was not a single attack bonus, but a passive ability. Any attack from him and his mechanical army would be able to enjoy the bonus effect of this talent. Furthermore, it was not an external bonus, but an increase in basic attack. This meant that the percentage increase could be directly used to increase the actual damage dealt. Right now, those who are qualified to be my opponents are all peak beyond great as. This talent is most suitable for people of my level. Han Xiaoxin's emotions surged. Fearless Heart would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. However, to Lodehair, the buffs from the third level and above were useless because it was impossible for him to defeat a Beyond Grade A with his current strength. Only a Beyond Grade A could fully utilize the power of this talent. You have received the talent, Fearless Heart. Feels good. Han Xiao exhaled. He felt a warm current being released from his brain and quickly spread throughout his body. After tasting it for a while, his expression suddenly became strange. He suddenly realized something. This talent lived up to its name and brought him a strong sense of confidence. Han Xiao felt that the respect he had for the strong instantly disappeared by more than half, replaced by disdain. Manison? Crispy Skin, kill him. 3 universal civilizations? Stinky Brother, kill him. World Tree Civilization? What the hell, kill him. He wanted to kill whoever came to his mind. His heart was filled with the fearlessness of, I'm second in line to the heavens, and I won't submit to anyone. He had the illusion that he could go through everything recklessly. He quickly suppressed his emotions and took a few deep breaths. Only then did he calm down and come to a realization. No wonder Lodehair dared to assassinate the Moto Three Kings. So, it's the side effect of this talent. Case solved, Han Shao rolled his eyes. What fearless heart? Bullsh asterisk T. It's clearly the reckless heart. Chapter 1195. Fearless Heart was undoubtedly a semi-molding talent. To the players, the bonuses from the second level and above could only be seen but not touched. The only practical use was the 15% increase when dealing with calamity grades. The reward of this ability draw was a pleasant surprise. Han Shao admired the changed attributes for a while before closing the interface and thinking about his future actions. Moto has been eliminated, and the second requirement of the Kundi race mission is completed. As long as Moto doesn't provoke me in the future, I don't need to fight with them anymore. Once they retreat, my excuse to participate in the flickering war is gone. I have to leave this stage temporarily. The army players might have an opinion, but luckily, it's at the end of the version, so it won't affect me much. Han Shao thought to himself, without an opponent like Moto, the Black Star Corps had no reason to continue participating in the flickering war. In that case, the army players would have to leave this main storyline. If this happened in the early or middle stages of the version, this would cause an uproar among the army players. A portion of the newcomers would most likely change factions in order to participate in the First World Server War. However, the timing of Moto's retreat was just right. It was now the end of the version, which meant that the players did not have much time to be active. Most of their energy was spent on preparing for the 4th Pro League and the upcoming World Server War. These were the last two big things they could do at the end of version 4.0. Under such circumstances, losing the main storyline of the flickering war would reduce the reaction of the players to a minimum. Furthermore, Han Shao had created a fake main storyline mission, which was at least a reward, reducing the loss of the army players not being able to participate in the real main storyline mission. Because of the existence of the Black Star Corps, the management and territory division of the various guild alliances in the flickering world were completely different from what Han Shao remembered. Furthermore, this change would continue in the future versions. Han Shao could not predict the future development of these guild alliances. Thinking about it, there was nothing important for him to do at the end of the version, so Han Shao heaved a sigh of relief. Everything that needs to be done is done. Next, I'll just sit on the sidelines like the other Beyond grade, as in wait for the results of the flickering war. Han Shao made up his mind to keep a low profile for a period of time. He would go into seclusion to research technology and get through the final days of version 4.0 smoothly. Furthermore, the army had been in the limelight too much recently. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. I'll just wait for the World Server War and the Pro League to squeeze out the players' savings to help me save enough money for my promotion. Han Shao smiled. There was no need for him to launch any promotional activities. These two activities were equivalent to a fully automated harvester. It was convenient, fast, and effortless. The Moto civilization did not announce the news of their retreat with great fanfare. On one hand, they announced the crusade against the foreign terrorist organizations in a high-profile manner, while on the other hand, they quietly withdrew batch after batch of expeditionary forces. After all, the Supercluster Alliance was an organization with common interests. Although Moto gave up on the flickering war, they could not just walk away. While the Moto Expeditionary Army was retreating, the other supercluster civilizations also took out some people to form a mixed fleet and took over this line of defense. The Supercluster Alliance was happy to see Moto leave. This way, they could send away Black Star, the god of plague. In their eyes, it was a one-for-one exchange. Although the other supercluster civilizations were not polite with their words, they were still in the name of the Alliance. They reached some agreements with Moto and signed some preferential agreements as compensation for Moto's departure. With their main opponent gone, the Black Star Corps no longer continued to attack the Supercluster Alliance's line of defense and left the Ferdinand battle zone in batches. The fake mission, Black Star Corps Expedition Order, was directly completed, bringing a wave of rich rewards to the army players. Although the rewards were set by Han Shao himself, and were slightly inferior to the real main storyline. It was not without its advantages. The real Flickering War main storyline could only be completed after the battle ended. In other words, the players would only be able to check the results when the next version was released. However, the faction main storyline mission that Han Shao created could be obtained by the players now. This reward would allow the army players to have more resources to level up their skills, purchase equipment, and increase their strength. The most obvious benefit was that it would be beneficial for the army players to participate in the World Server War and the Pro League. Just as Han Shao expected, leaving the main storyline early did not bother the army players. If the war against Moto continued, this incident would make it very difficult for the army to order the players around. Now, the players could take a break and focus on the World Server War. Planet Milton was a desolate planet located in the outer ring of the Emerald Star Cluster. Over the past few months, batches of fleets with the symbols of different guild alliances had arrived and built bases, fortresses, and lines of defense on the planet. Many of these guild alliances were enemies, but they tacitly ignored each other and built their own strongholds, not attacking each other. The reason for this was one of the rules stated in the invitation to the war. Before the war started, all the professional guilds and player alliances that came to Planet Milton could build their own strongholds and fortresses. There was no limit to the number of strongholds, and they could not officially attack each other. Those who violated the rules would be kicked out of this battle. This was similar to the Protection Period, a preparation period for all the participating guild alliances and giving all the players enough time to travel. Therefore, over the past few months, these guilds had mobilized batches of spaceships, delivered countless materials, and built a large number of temporary strongholds. The stronghold locations were not randomly chosen. Some guild alliances had established offensive and defensive alliance agreements, and their strongholds were basically next to each other, helping each other out. There was a rule that the war could not be started in advance, and snatching the stronghold locations was not allowed. It could only be first come, first served. Therefore, the preparation period of the stronghold construction was already an open struggle. Setting up strongholds was like playing chess. Not only did they have to connect their own strongholds, but they also had to set up their positions in advance to destroy the enemy's stronghold formation. They had to constantly arrange their troops and counter each other's moves. Now, about 70% of the players in the entire galaxy had come, and the quiet planet Milton became very lively. In the Yanhuang Alliance's base number 1, the upper echelons of China's 4 biggest guilds and many first-tier professional guilds gathered together. In the center of the room was a 3-dimensional virtual projection of Planet Milton. The surface was divided into areas of different colors, representing the territories of the different guild alliances. The Yanhuang Alliance was a guild alliance led by the professional clubs of China, which basically included all the first-tier guilds. It could be seen as the representative of the Chinese players, and almost all of them were army players. The term army players was a general term. They were not an official guild alliance, and there were different factions within them. Some foreign players who joined the army in version 4.0 formed different guild alliances, and the same faction was the link, making these guild alliances natural allies. Under normal circumstances, these guild alliances could be seen as a whole, collectively known as the army players, but they still had to be separated in terms of guild wars. At this time, the many guild alliances on Planet Milton could be roughly divided into 4 camps. One was the Black Star Corps faction led by the Yanhuang Alliance. The second was the Anti-Black Star Front led by the Galactic Business Alliance. The third was the 3 Universal Civilizations faction led by the September Meeting, and the fourth was the Scattered Forces. The mainstream was the other beyond Grade A factions and the neutral faction guilds. They could be considered as scattered sand, fighting their own battles without a unified commander. As you can see, the Galactic Business Alliance, Northern Battlefront, 5C, and other forces have been targeting us. They've placed their strongholds around each of our strongholds, preventing us from expanding our bases. They obviously want to surround us as soon as the war starts. Morning Snow Twilight Frost stood beside the 3-dimensional projection of the planet, gesturing with his fingers. He was the president of the official guild of the Dynasty Club, as well as the first leader of the Yan-Huang Alliance. Hey, these foreigners are playing Go here? Don't they know who's the ancestor of Go? The president of the Temple of God, Jupiter, crossed his legs and said with disdain, "Our allies are not to be trifled with. Some of them are in position in advance, making it impossible for the enemy to surround us. Some of them are in strategic locations, so it's not that easy for the enemy to attack us," the president of the Long Sky Guild, Jade Green Sky, said with a deep voice. The guild alliances of the Black Star Corps faction had reached an agreement, and the strongest guild, the Yan-Huang Alliance, would fight together. In addition to the army, the Yan-Huang Alliance had additional helpers, which were the enemies of the Galactic Business Alliance and other forces. The enemy of the enemy was not necessarily a friend, but at least there was room for cooperation. In terms of materials, fleets, and weapons, we have the advantage. The evolution badges purchased in bulk have also been distributed, and nearly 200 formation breakers have been formed. Each team has 800 people, and as long as they attack the stronghold, their destructive power is comparable to a husky demolishing a house. Together with the airstrikes of the warships, they can smash the enemy's head. A guild president waved his fist excitedly. This battle allowed the use of warships and various war machines, but the use of Star Destroyer weapons was prohibited. Moreover, the weapons used had to be bought by the guild. This battle was purely a competition between players, and players were explicitly prohibited from asking NPCs for help. The guild alliances took the lead in organizing this battle to create publicity. The national war was in line with the interests of the major clubs. As long as they could perform well in this battle, or even become the final winner, then the guild could attract more ordinary players to join, increase their popularity, and earn traffic. This was where the interests of the professional clubs lay. As for the victory conditions, they were very simple and crude. There were mainly two types. One was to eliminate all the enemy strongholds on planet Milton. After the battle, the guild alliances were still allowed to continue building strongholds, but that was not the protection period, and others could attack at will. The second was to kill all the resurrection times of the enemy guild members in a cycle. The players' resurrection times were limited to a maximum of 10 times in 6 days. In this kind of super intense battle involving tens of millions of players, death would become extremely fast. Morning Snow Twilight Frost nodded, turned to the many professional players who were listening, and asked, "How's the situation with your challenge?" The leader, King Admiral, said lazily, "We won more than we lost. I forgot the specific results." At this time, Pork Bun, who was sitting at the side, immediately spoke up, gave a thumbs up, and laughed. "It's okay, I remember. Now we have a total of 3,488 wins and 1,142 losses. The winning rate is about 75%. It's very fierce." The rules of the battle were that the guilds were not allowed to start a war in advance during the protection period. However, with so many players gathered here, there were naturally many who were restless. There were no restrictions on individual battles, and players could be seen PK everywhere in the wild. Therefore, the various guild alliances sent out a large number of PK experts to challenge the experts of the other guilds. It was like a one-on-one battle in ancient times. If they won, they could destroy the morale of the other party. These results needed to be publicized to increase the fame of their guilds, so they needed a professional team of reporters. Pork Bun, who had already become a celebrity, was temporarily hired by the Golden Alliance as the chief reporter, leading the entire battlefield reporter team and specifically responsible for writing the Golden Alliance's battle report. A country war of such a scale allowed players from all sorts of fields to participate. PK experts, logistics players, management personnel, reporters, and so on all had things to do. They all had their own roles, and it was an unprecedented occasion. As the date of the war approached, the atmosphere on planet Milton became more and more tense. This battle was not only watched by the players, but also by the various factions, paying attention to this internal war among the immortals. The three universal civilizations, the supercluster civilizations, and other organizations more or less learned some information from the players. Although they were surprised by the special hostility between different groups of immortals, they tacitly did not disturb them. They only observed and silently recorded the characteristics of the immortals. If the Black Star Corps won this war, it would also be beneficial to Han Shao, increasing the attraction of the new players to the faction. However, he had no intention of interfering. He did not want to ruin this iconic event that would definitely be recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles. He only wanted to watch the show at home with popcorn. Time passed day by day. Under the eyes of everyone, the day of the national war finally arrived. Chapter 1196. The major guild alliances had built a large number of strongholds on planet Milton, but they all had a main base in name. Generally, it was the first stronghold to be built, and the rules were the same as other bases. It did not have any special meaning, but to the players, it was a symbol similar to the existence of a main city. Dragon Hill was a hilly area surrounding the Yin Huang Alliance's main base. It was vast and originally had no name, but the Yin Huang Alliance named it after occupying it. On the day of the war, hundreds and thousands of battlefields of various sizes appeared on planet Milton. They were basically conflict zones between strongholds, and the most eye-catching one was Dragon Hill. The reason was that the guild alliances on the anti-Black Star front had placed their main forces there, intending to take advantage of the encirclement to destroy the Yin Huang Alliance's main base on the first day of the war. The Yin Huang Alliance did not show any weakness. They also placed their main forces there and were fully prepared to fight a tough battle. At this moment, close to 10 million players from both factions were gathered at Dragon Hill, rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, ready to take action. The large-scale military formation turned the hills into a colorful sea. The player troops were constantly adjusting their positions, and the scene was like rolling waves. It was a daunting sight. The chaotic colors came from the troops on the anti-Black Star front, and the equipment on them was different. The Yin Huang Alliance's troops wore army standard mechanical suits, which were black and silver. They were very neat, and their appearance was the difference between a mixed army and a regular army. The forces of the Galactic Business Alliance and other guilds were arranged in the east, south, and northwest, ready to attack from three sides. The Yin Huang Alliance's troops were in a circular formation, surrounding and protecting the main base. There is a wide buffer zone between the two armies, like the boundary between the Chu River and the Han River. In the combat monitoring room of the main base, the three-dimensional satellite map of the battlefield was suspended in the middle of the room. Morning Snow Twilight Frost, who was the chief commander of the battle, stared at the map, constantly issuing orders. The dozen or so strategists around him occasionally gave suggestions, and the group of assistants next to him were responsible for passing the orders to the subordinate commanders. The scale of the battlefield was huge, and large army battles were definitely the main means of combat. Rushing up in a wave would definitely be a suicide mission, so the command system was especially important. In order to prevent electromagnetic interference, virtual interference, and other factors from causing the frontline troops to be unable to receive orders, both sides unanimously chose the chat channel on the panel as the channel to issue orders and maintain communication. The chief commander planned the overall situation and was responsible for analyzing the situation with the military advisor group. The orders were sent point to point by the heralds in the command room. The higher-level commanders would adjust the specific tactics according to the instructions and the situation at the front line and send them to the middle-level commanders under their command. The intermediate commander relayed the orders to the basic squad leader under him through the team channel. Finally, the basic squad leader at the front line directly shouted in the team channel and led the members to carry out the tactical orders. The command system was divided into different levels. There were more than 100,000 commanders on both sides, and the majority of them were the bottom-level captains. This set of procedures seemed cumbersome, but because the chat channel was not restricted by distance and everyone had their own duties, the whole process was completed very quickly. If all the troops were to be treated as a body, Then the commander and the higher-ups would be the brain, responsible for giving orders, while the middle-level and basic-level commanders would be the neural network, responsible for making the body move according to the instructions of the brain. Such a neural network was quite sensitive, and it gave the body remarkable reflexes. The arrangements are basically done. How much time do we have before the battle starts? Chao Shui Twilight Frost issued a series of orders and watched as his troops began to adjust their positions on the real-time map. He sighed softly and turned to look at Jade Green Sky, who was the military advisor group. 6 minutes and 11 seconds. It's about time. Inform all troops to preheat their weapons. Raise your shields at the base and at the front line. In 3 minutes, let the mages of the enchantment school cast their buffs. Those who have hormones and strengthening potions, take them. The order was quickly issued. A thick light blue energy shield rose around them and enveloped the main base. The mages who specialized in defense at the front line quickly began to cast shields and buff spells on the surrounding troops. The martial artists who were responsible for charging at the front line also began to inject hormones and take potions. These buffs had a time limit, and they could only maximize the benefits by holding back the start of the battle. The people on the anti-Black Star front did the same. For a moment, both sides were filled with colorful lights, as if they were competing in setting off fireworks. The last 3 minutes felt like years. All the players present were excited and nervous. They held their breaths, and the silent battlefield was filled with a somber atmosphere. The number of seconds increased bit by bit, and when it reached the peak, it suddenly returned to zero. Go! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The battlefield that was quiet not long ago was instantly filled with shouts and screams, and the battle erupted. The two motionless seas suddenly transformed into roaring tsunamis, rumbling as they swept out, covering the mountains and plains as far as the eye could see. Their imposing manner was magnificent, and they pressed forward courageously. In an instant, dense energy beams formed a crisscrossing net of light in the buffer zone. Batches of players collapsed on the path of charging, enduring the long-range attacks of the enemy. The black and the mottled torrents quickly approached and collided. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions left cracks and deep craters on the ground. The Dragon Hill was instantly shattered into pieces. The vanguard troops of both sides fell like wheat being cut. In the blink of an eye, countless mechanical soldiers, pugilists, and melee esper players died on the spot. It was extremely tragic. This was not a stage for individuals. No matter how strong a player was, as long as they were separated from the main force, they would basically be insta-killed. There was no room for maneuvering, and the only choice was to stick to their roles and stick together. Areas C5 and D2 quickly eliminate the psychic troops. Their AoE attacks are too strong, and their shields are almost at the warning line. Defense school mages repeatedly cast arcane protection and resistance on the pugilists. Fire mages, poison mages, and lightning mages throw fireworks at them. Ground mages set up traps. Don't blindly follow the attacks. Summoners quickly pull the pets. Where are the mages in Area B2? We miss them, quickly control them. Area A1, A4, B2, B6, C1, and D1 mechanics quickly dismantle the traps. Area D9's turrets are damaged. Quickly go and fix them. Army-style and mechanical pugilists continue to charge. Cannon mages don't stop attacking. Focus on the psychics and mages. Virtual branch mechanics deal with the enemy's cannon ships. Armed and energy branch mechanics use the heavy weapons. Continue to bombard the enemy's pugilists. Psychics focus on insta-killing the enemy's mechanics. Save your mana. Holy *T nice. A bunch of enemies are dying. Those who are not melee espers don't charge. Just stay behind and attack. After you burn your mana bar, retreat and replenish your mana. King said, don't charge. Being cannon fodder is the job of pugilists. Are you trying to steal MP? Pugilists in Area C2, slow down. If you revive, go back and hold the line. What are you waiting for? The battle instantly reached its climax. The chat channel was filled with passion, and the commanders of all levels were shouting until their necks were red. The players of the 5 classes had their own roles. Psychics were responsible for AoE and applying mental debuffs. Espers were responsible for different intelligence based on their own abilities, and mages were responsible for buffing, melee, ranged, and so on according to the school they majored in. The most miserable ones were the pugilists. They could only charge at the front and be cannon fodder, using their bodies to hold the line. As the saying went, every dog has its day. The stronger the pugilists were in the early stages, the weaker they were now. After all, the pugilists were a civilian class. The advantage was that they were easy to learn, and they were not bad in one-on-one battles. However, on such a large battlefield, everyone wanted to kill the pugilists. They all wanted to clear out the resurrection count of the pugilists so that the enemy would lose their line of defense. In such a situation, the death rate of the pugilists was much higher than the other 4 classes. Even the cool facade was useless. It was simply a competition to see whose death was more flashy. Moreover, the pugilists did not have any side jobs. Even if they were to carry bricks, no one would want them. The efficiency was even worse than the various kinds of construction machinery. At this moment, the thoughts that appeared in the minds of the pugilists were shockingly similar. Damn it, how can this class be played? However, the mechanics, who were weak in the early stages, shone brightly in the battle. They were known as the busiest class on the battlefield. They were able to hold the line, deal damage, kill at a single point, kill at a single point, kill at a single point, and kill at a single point. Because of the strategic importance of the mechanics, the Yin-Huang Alliance had an advantage. Because of the faction benefits, the most elite mechanics in the player group were in the Black Star Corps. They were basically all members of the Yin-Huang Alliance. The troops of the 2 sides fought in 3 directions. The Black and the Motley Army intersected, killing each other endlessly. As the battle went on, the situation gradually changed. The Yin-Huang Alliance had a slight advantage and was gradually expanding their advantage. The high-end professional players all had the treatment of the club's resources, so the difference was not too obvious. However, in terms of the overall strength of the players, the Yin-Huang Alliance had pulled away from the anti-Black Star battlefront. The Black Star Corps had long unified the Chinese players, saving the players from wasting resources by constantly changing factions. Furthermore, they would also give out faction benefits from time to time. Their development was more planned, completely surpassing the wild players who mixed in with different factions in the previous 3 versions. After 3 to 4 versions, the Yin-Huang Alliance's players as a whole were clearly better in terms of skills and equipment. Furthermore, Han Zhao's fake main storyline ending in advance gave the army players an extra sum of money and experience. 1 or 2 people would not be able to see much, but in a battlefield like this where there were tens of millions of players, many little drops made a mickle, and their advantage increased. The death count is out. In the command room of the main base, Morning Snow Twilight Frost, who was giving orders, received the statistics from the artificial intelligence, and his eyes instantly lit up. The enemy's average death count is 0, 742, and our side's is 0, 631. Beautiful. All the strategists present were overjoyed. The meaning of this data was the average death count of a single player. Although the difference was only 0, 111, in a battlefield like this where there were tens of millions of players, it was equivalent to 500,000 deaths less than the enemy. We can only revive 10 times in 6 days, and if we use it up early, we'll be out. Today is the first day of the war, and the enemy's bottom line is estimated to be between 1, 8, and 2. 2. Their vanguard's death count is even higher than the overall average, reaching 1. 2. They won't be able to hold on much longer. Morning Snow Twilight Frost narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Throw in 50 formation breaker, listen to my orders, and charge." Because they were not fighting NPCs, both sides did not engage in large-scale suicide attacks. Everyone could revive multiple times, and if they were not used well, they might suffer a loss. The Yin-Huang Alliance had accumulated a large number of evolution badges when they were preparing for war. 50 Formation Breaker amounted to a total of 40,000 people, which was equivalent to an average death count of 0.01. Now that they had a huge advantage, they had the capital to charge. Not to kill the enemy, but to use the high tankiness and high melee bonuses of the aberrations to cut up the enemy's vanguard, allowing the DPS at the back to focus fire on them and disrupt the enemy's formation. The order was passed down, and a special force charged into the front lines under the protection of the left and right sides. With a flash of light, their bodies expanded, turning into aberrations one after another, ferociously charging into the enemy's formation. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, they were unstoppable. 40,000 monsters buffed with defense and buffs rampaged through the enemy's ranks, instantly splitting up areas. Groups of enemy pugilists were isolated and were killed or crippled by the DPS the Yin-Huang Alliance tossed over, dying on the spot. The violence of the evolution badges had long been recognized by all players. With 40,000 aberrations charging together, the command of the anti-Black Star front was disrupted for a moment. It took them quite some time to kill these aberrations, and the chaos they caused directly increased the average number of deaths on the anti-Black Star battlefront by 0.018. Around 100,000 lives were lost, and the gap was further widened. This was especially so for the pugilists. If this continues, we can win. The morale of the Yin-Huang Alliance players at the front lines was greatly boosted, while the morale of the Galactic Business Alliance players was significantly lower. It was not so easy to turn the tables in a battle between large armies. As long as they had the upper hand, the situation would snowball. With the decline in morale and the rise in morale, the situation continued to develop in the Yin-Huang Alliance's favor. Just as the Battle of Dragon Hill was in full swing, Han Xiao, who was far away in the Black Star Palace, was holding popcorn and a can of Coca-Cola, excitedly watching pork buns broadcast on the forums. However, his focus was not on the battle situation. Wonderful, I used 40,000 evolution badges in one wave, and the subsequent recharges will bring me another sum of money. I can use it a few more times. Haha, another 100 mechanical troops were destroyed, and the repair fees are in hand. Han Xiao was jubilant, not feeling sorry for the Yin-Huang Alliance's losses at all. He even wanted to laugh out loud. In his eyes, every wave of resources lost by the Yin-Huang Alliance represented a new achievement. If it were not for the fact that faction benefits could not be given out randomly, he even wanted to sell the weapons to the anti-Black Star Guild Alliance. War is still the most profitable. Han Xiao grinned. At this moment, he felt like a lousy producer, using all sorts of tricks to get resources from the players. Only by emptying the hard-earned assets of the players would they have the motivation to continue creating value. Chapter 1197. The Battle of Dragon Hill seemed to have become a signal. In the next 2 days, fire beacons were lit all over planet Milton. The players of the various guild alliances fought endlessly, and the battlefields changed from one place to another. There were hundreds of thousands of battlefields all over the strongholds at every moment. Planet Milton seemed to have been bombarded for 2 days in a row, and the surface was devastated by tens of millions of players. There were no other topics on the forums. There were basically only 2 kinds of posts. One was the enthusiastic greetings from the opposing players to each other's ancestors, and the other was the battle reports from the Galaxy Times and the various war reporters. Because there were too many battlefields, Han Xiao could not read all of them. He only paid attention to the Golden Alliance's results on the first day. After seeing that the Golden Alliance had won the Battle of Dragon Hill and made a good start, he did not follow closely. Basically, he only looked at the battle reports from Pork Bun and the Galaxy Times every few hours to understand the overall changes in the World Server War. Overall, the Golden Alliance currently had the biggest advantage. The Galactic Business Alliance and the other guild alliances had suffered heavy losses on the first day of the battle, so they had obviously become much more cautious. They did not dare to act recklessly anymore and started to use dirty tactics to attack the various strongholds of the Golden Alliance. The Golden Alliance and the three universal civilizations battlefront led by the September meeting did not organize any large-scale battles in the past 2 days. At most, there were small skirmishes. The ones who had the most fun in the past 2 days were the neutral casual players. The neutral casual players had the most players. Many casual guilds formed temporary small alliances. Not only did they kill each other crazily, but there were also some fierce players who formed teams to attack the strongholds of the three major factions, such as the Black Star Corps. Most of them were repelled, but a small number of them succeeded in taking down some strongholds from the three mainstream factions. In similar activities, cleaning up the casual players was the first thing to do. The big fish would eat the small fish before killing each other to prevent others from sneaking up on them. However, the situation here was special. The intensity of the war was extremely high, and the resurrection count, which players usually did not care about, had become the most important strategic resource. The three main factions had the ability to eliminate any unaffiliated forces, but it was impossible for them to come out unscathed. The players were not afraid of death and would not give up resisting, so they would definitely cause them some losses. In their eyes, it was a complete waste to use their precious resurrection times on unaffiliated forces. They would not use battle to sustain battle, and their forces would only become more and more damaged. They would be at an innate disadvantage in battle. Furthermore, if they were to wipe out the scattered players on a large scale, there was an 80% chance that the scattered players would band together to resist. At that time, they might end up shooting themselves in the foot and be beaten up by the scattered players instead. Although there was no time limit in the war's rules, everyone had a tacit understanding that a victor had to be decided within 6 days. Otherwise, the respawn count would be refreshed, and the Guild Alliance would suffer a huge loss. After all, even if players could revive, their resources would decrease as the battle progressed. If another round of battles occurred, the Guild Alliance's treasury would suffer a massive loss. Moreover, ordinary players would not be willing to accept the death penalty too many times. In the exclusive workshop of the Black Star Palace, Han Shao put away a freshly made king mechanical suit, opened a forum, and roughly browsed through today's battle report. Golden Alliance's 8-hour battle report. Victory rate continues to rise. By pork bun beating dog. The Golden Alliance has conducted a total of 41 battles in the past 8 hours, including 4 million level battles, 11 500,000 level local battles, 22 100,000 level local battles for small-scale team battles, and no 10 million level battles. Among them, they won 29 battles and lost 12 battles. Victory rate percent, an increase of 16% compared to yesterday. The overall average death rate has increased from 375 to 814, continuing to lead the guild's average survival ranking. The gap between them and the second place continues to widen. Currently, the gap is 703. Victory at the Flying Stone Cliff. By Galaxy Times, Huaxia region. Today, the Galactic Business Alliance and a northern battlefront stronghold in the Haywood Valley was raided by the September Council in Denland. Due to the interference of the teleportation portal, the Galactic Business Alliance and the northern battlefront deployed troops nearby to reinforce the Haywood Valley stronghold. However, they were ambushed by the Golden Alliance when they passed by the Flying Stone Cliff and suffered heavy losses. It is reported that the Golden Alliance secretly sent a troop to log off here yesterday and used the strategy of going online to catch the enemy off guard and achieve a great victory with a loss ratio of less than 0.61. A daily drama. By Yin Huang, Alliance War Reporters. Today, another tragedy has occurred that was caused by external factors. A boss of the Gorehowl headshot cult bribed a high-level mage player in the Sith Empire's main stronghold. This mole secretly tampered with the magic circuit of the second material teleportation portal in the main base when his teammates were not paying attention and left a teleportation beacon. When the two guild alliances were fighting fiercely, The Gorehowl Headshot cult used this beacon to send a fully armed troop into the enemy's stronghold, causing the Sith Empire to be wiped out on the spot. After that, this mole and the boss were blacklisted by all the major guilds and have been eliminated. Let us reiterate this once more. Outside the game, your mother will definitely raise the price of her groceries tonight. There were countless similar battle reports. Han Xiao glanced through them happily and looked at which guild alliances had been eliminated today. He scrolled through the posts for about half an hour before exiting the forum. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, his communicator rang. It was the dynasty's exploration army marshal, Brother Terakov, whom he had not contacted for a long time. Oh, it's old Terakov. What's the matter? Han Xiao accepted the call and asked with a smile. Have you been paying attention to the war between the immortals? Tarakov's tone was serious. Heh, I have a bunch of immortals under my command. How can I not be paying attention to it? Do you still need to test me like this? Did the dynasty's upper echelons send you here? Han Xiaoxin roughly guessed the other party's intentions. Tarakov did not deny it, and slowly said, What I want to ask is, how much do you know about the immortals? Han Xiao rolled his eyes and asked, Be more specific. All right, the intelligence department and the dynasty's science department have never stopped observing the immortals. The earliest batch of immortals appeared in Blue Star and were basically recruited by you. You seem to have a deep understanding of them. We want to know, why do the immortals disappear from time to time? Why do they become stronger after disappearing on a large scale? Is there a limit to this improvement? Can they really be completely controlled? A series of questions were thrown at him, but Han Xiao did not immediately reply. His eyes flickered as he felt the change in the attitude of the Red Empire. The three universal civilizations had always been researching the immortals, and now they finally came to ask him, the expert on the surface. It was because of the World Server War that they paid more attention to the immortals. The nickname Cancer of the Universe had been used for more than half of the version. The players had always been scattered and active in different events. Even in the Black Star Corps martial arts tournament, it was only a group battle. However, this time, the various organizations had truly witnessed a large-scale war that only the immortals participated in. The weapons and fleets were not exaggerated, and the scene was not as spectacular as a galactic war. Only the intensity of the battle between the supers was shocking. The immortals of different factions had fought before, but this time, it was especially terrifying. The advanced civilizations could still remain calm and only felt surprised. However, the smaller organizations could be said to be frightened. So, this is the battle between the Cancer of the Universe. We still underestimated the ferocity of these people. Thinking of the characteristics of the immortals in the past, the dynasty did not have the leisure to continue their research and found Han Xiao, wanting to ask for more detailed information. I don't know that much. You guys probably already know what I know. Of course, Han Xiao would not reveal anything. He casually said some information that could be observed by the various organizations. There was nothing special about it. You really only know this much. Tarakov did not give up. What else? I just concluded some patterns earlier. I'm not an immortal, so how can I know everything? Han Xiao laughed. That's true. Tarakov nodded. In truth, the Red Empire had also suspected whether or not Black Star was an immortal a few decades ago. However, no one had been able to kill him, so they could not find out the truth. In the end, because Black Star would not disappear intermittently like the immortals, the dynasty dispelled this suspicion. After sending Tarakov away, Han Xiao stopped smiling, and his expression became serious. He turned off the interface, looked at the EXP bar, and estimated. With my current efficiency of harvesting EXP, I'll have enough EXP to complete my level 340 promotion before the start of the Pro League. I can use the evolution cube again. Han Xiao frowned. As the strength of the players increased, the situation in the universe would become more turbulent. He could only deal with all the changes by reaching a higher level as soon as possible. At that time, no matter how the advanced civilizations reacted, he would be able to deal with them. The players of the Limitless Financial Group were also part of the World Server War and belonged to one of the large organizations in a neutral faction. Sorokin was also paying attention to this battle, but he was not just observing. He had other plans in his mind. This seems to be a good opportunity to attract the immortals. Sorokin's eyes sparkled. He had always been passionate about recruiting immortals. Although he did not know the truth about the players, Han Zhao's method had given him some inspiration. Sorokin had carefully studied the history of the Black Star Corps, especially the methods the Black Star Corps used to attract the immortals. He had found many patterns in the past. At this point, Sorokin felt that he had already learned all of Black Star's methods. This time, with so many immortals fighting among themselves, it's a good opportunity for the Limitless Financial Group to become famous among the immortals. If the immortals of the Limitless Financial Group win in the end, they should be able to attract some immortals to join the financial group. Under normal circumstances, the immortals of the Limitless Financial Group would not have any advantage. If he wanted them to win, he would have to interfere. After all, he was not like the other Beyond Grade, as who were affected by reputation. Even if news of a Beyond Grade shamelessly interfering in a fight between Grade B Super spread, it would not affect his reputation. As a Beyond Grade, even if he did not reveal his true strength, he would be able to determine the outcome of a battle of this level. Furthermore, his ability was extremely well hidden, and he believed that these Grade B immortals would not be able to discover anything. Looks like it's worth a try. Let's do it. Sorokin secretly made up his mind. His guess was actually not far from the truth, but he could not see the forums, so he lacked the most crucial information. He did not know the reason for the players fighting at all, nor did he know that NPCs were not allowed to interfere in the rules. The players of the Limitless Financial Group did not dare break the rules and invested a lot of resources to fight the national war, diligently maintaining their current good results. However, what they did not expect was that their own faction leader was preparing to take them all away. Chapter 1198. In Mount Huangjin, a large base was embedded in the belly of the mountain. Battleships and teams of mechanical guards hovered in the sky, and the defense was tight. This was the main base of the Apocalypse Foundation, the largest guild alliance of the Limitless Financial Group. 60 to 70% of the mountain had been transformed into mechanical defense facilities. They relied on the main base to constantly clean up the surrounding small strongholds and expand their territory. They had become one of the two major forces in this area. In the middle of the third night of the battle, the Mount Huangjin stronghold sent out 3 trump cards to attack the Hex armed forces in the Wind Hunting Valley. This was another large guild alliance that occupied the area. The two sides had been competing for the overlord position in the area. The Hex armed forces had detected the enemy attack early on and pulled out their troops. The two sides fought fiercely outside the Wind Hunting Valley. However, just as the fierce battle was in full swing, a guild alliance called the Reverse Crusade launched a surprise attack on the Mount Huangjin stronghold. They had planned it long ago and sent troops to ambush nearby a day and a half in advance. They also planted a secret resurrection point. Seeing the opportunity when the main forces of the two sides were fighting fiercely, they attacked the relatively empty base camp of the Apocalypse Foundation, intending to take advantage of the situation. The Apocalypse Foundation was in a disadvantageous situation of fighting on 2 fronts. They wanted to withdraw the troops that were attacking the Wind Hunting Valley, but the Hex armed forces seemed to have expected the appearance of the Reverse Crusade and entangled the main force of the Apocalypse Foundation. Obviously, the ambush of the Reverse Crusade was related to them. The two sides may have reached some kind of strategic cooperation. At this moment, the Mount Huangjin stronghold had become a fierce battlefield. A large number of artillery ships and combat robots were fighting in the air. The sky was constantly exploding with fireworks, and the ground was full of players killing each other. Every second, a large number of people turned into light and disappeared. The trump cards of the Apocalypse Foundation were basically sent out. There were not many elites guarding the stronghold, and most of them were peripheral members. Facing the attack of the elites of the Reverse Crusade, the defense forces of the Mount Huangjin stronghold were defeated, and the battle line was constantly approaching the stronghold. unfavorable battle reports were sent back to the main command room of the stronghold, making the leader of the Apocalypse Foundation, Sisyphus, anxious. No wonder the Hex armed forces deliberately provoked us this morning. They were trying to lure us into a fight. We fell into their trap. Impulsiveness is indeed the devil. Sisyphus was full of regret. He hurriedly contacted the vice president who led the crusade against the Hex-armed forces in the chat channel. Hurry up and come back to support us. Our home base is about to fall. Boss, we can't retreat. The Hex-armed forces are too close. If we want to go back, all of us will have to die. This is our main force, and the average death count is already 5. 14. If it goes up by 1 more point, we will be too passive. Furthermore, even if they do return, the warships and weapons they send out will all be seized by the enemy. Look at the situation we're in now. So what if we lose a little? Protecting our home is more important. No, the enemy is obviously prepared. If we all die, they will definitely take advantage of the situation to attack our hometown and join forces with the Reverse Crusade to attack. Hearing that, Sisyphus scratched his head in frustration. He had been caught off guard. Now that it was 2 against 1, the Apocalypse Foundation alone would not be able to hold on. He could only seek help from the other guild alliances that were also on the Limitless Financial Group's front. I hope we can hold on until the reinforcements arrive. We're definitely going to suffer heavy losses this time. With a heavy heart, he turned his gaze back to the real-time battlefield projection. However, at this moment he was stunned. What's going on? He hurriedly looked up at the commander and the members of the military advisor group, and found that these people had the same shocked expression as if they had seen a ghost. The surveillance screen showed the front battlefield outside the Golden Mountain stronghold. One of the Reverse Crusade's suicide squads broke through the line of defense and arrived in front of a group of damage dealers. Kill them. Flames of various colors suddenly swelled. This suicide squad used their skills and was about to focus fire. However, at this moment, their movement stopped in unison. The light on their bodies suddenly disappeared, and all their skills were interrupted. They froze in place. Not only the Suicide Squad, but a large number of Reverse Crusade players also had the same situation. It was as if they had pressed the freeze button at the same time, causing their movements to suddenly stop, causing the troops to instantly disconnect and the lineup to tear apart. On the interface of these people, the same prompt popped up at the same time. Sorokin possessed, used mind shock on you. Determination passed. You are temporarily unable to control your body. Your skill has been forcibly interrupted. You have entered the stiff state. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Originally, the Reverse Crusade had seen the dawn of victory, but at this moment, they suddenly slid into the abyss. At this moment, only a F***CK could accurately express the emotions of all the players who had been hit. You even called out a Beyond Grade A? Shameless. Is your Limitless Financial Group's guild unable to afford this? This short stun instantly turned the situation around. The players of the Apocalypse Foundation did not stop. With a series of explosions, they took away a large number of Reverse Crusade players without any damage and took back the battle line. The players of the Apocalypse Foundation were also shocked, but it was not entirely because of the sudden stop of the Reverse Crusade. It was more because the players fighting on the front lines also received notifications on their interfaces. Sorokin, possessed, used Spirit Encouragement on you. You have entered the Spirit Encouragement state. All attributes increased by 10%. Sorokin, possessed, used Spirit Encouragement on you. Your damage increased by 18%. Your defense increased by 12%. What's going on? Where did the bonus come from? Did someone use a character summon card? That's not right. Even if a character summon card is used, it won't change the user's name. The troops on the front lines could not understand, nor did they have time to think. They quickly took advantage of the moment when the enemy was hit to kill them all. Not long after, more than half of the Reverse Crusade troops died. Everyone originally thought that it was a hopeless situation, but they did not expect to deal with the fierce enemy so easily. Before Sisyphus could come back to his senses, The vice president shouted in the chat channel with a surprised tone. What's the matter? President, we actually defeated the Hex Armed Forces. I don't know why, but their movements suddenly stopped. It can't be. Sisyphus quivered and quickly asked the commanders at all levels. Only then did he figure out what had just happened, and he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Sorokin is here, but we didn't call him. Why did he take the initiative to join the fun? Could it be that he saw that we were in danger, so he took the initiative to help? Sisyphus' eyes widened. There was no joy on his face after a successful counterattack, only fear and anger. If it were any other time, we might be moved, but now what does it have to do with you? What the F*** are you worrying about? You're going to kill us. The next day, look at the clattering of iron hooves trampling over thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. I'm standing at the heart of the storm, holding tightly the sun and moon rotating. Han Xiao hummed softly as he walked out of the bathroom. The towel was wrapped around his waist, revealing his strong and slender upper body. Water droplets slid on his firm skin, and the magic circuit on his chest was like a glowing dark blue tattoo, flickering with his breathing. Pinnacle beyond grade, as could basically never rest, but Han Technician had always valued the balance between work and rest. He had built 7 or 8 King mechanical suits in the past few days, and the results were remarkable, so he would not build it today. Without adjusting his body temperature to evaporate the water, Han Xiao obediently dried his body, lay back on the bed, and habitually opened the forums, intending to have some fun. However, as soon as he entered the forums, his expression suddenly became strange. The Apocalypse Foundation violated the rules and invited a beyond grade A assistant. Isn't this one of the guild alliances under the Limitless Financial Group? Han Xiao clicked on the post, only to see that the replies had already reached tens of millions, extremely exaggerated. The content of the post was the condemnation of the Apocalypse Foundation by the Reverse Crusade and Hex Armed Forces. After a day of fermentation, this matter had already set off a storm among the players. Countless players were filled with righteous indignation, accusing the Apocalypse Foundation of breaking the rules. This is too much. We were about to win, but who would have thought that the Apocalypse Foundation would be such a sore loser? They actually invited the leader of their own faction and directly used this method to turn the tables. This is simply cheating. There are tons of videos and screenshots. Let's see how you explain this. That's right. Yesterday, someone actually tried to clear the ground and said that this was the effect of the character summon card. Bullsh *T. Since when can a character summon card change the user's name? This kind of unfair behavior must be severely punished. I propose to cancel the qualification of the Apocalypse Foundation to participate in the battle. Since you can't afford to play, then don't play. The forums were basically filled with angry condemnation. Han Xiao glanced around and saw that the Apocalypse Foundation had also posted a clarification post. I'm the president of the Apocalypse Foundation. It's not what you think. We did not ask for Sorokin's help. He did it himself, and it has nothing to do with us. Everyone, please think about it. We knew the consequences of breaking the rules, so how could we deliberately violate them? Sisyphus explained a lot in the post, but in the face of the angry players, it was not convincing at all. Instead, it was mocked and ridiculed. Keep making things up. So, when you ask for a Beyond Grade A's help, all you have to do is say that you were not the one who asked for it, and you can wash away your responsibility. What? Only you have a Beyond Grade A. Who are you looking down on? You want to play this game, right? Men, quickly go and invite the old ancestor Black Star. Most people did not believe this statement, but the players on the Limitless Financial Group side believed it by about 60 to 70%. They were immediately worried. No way. Is that Dog Sorokin so troublesome? This is a trap. He's like a ticking time bomb. If it happens to us, won't we be disqualified too? Let me ask, is it too late to change factions now? Level 180 Psychic. All core skills above level 7. Please accept me. Sorokin's actions had completely frightened the players of the Limitless Financial Group. Some of them even wanted to change factions in order to continue participating in the national war, not daring to stay in this organization that could explode at any time. After reading the post, Han Xiao finally understood what was going on. This guild shouldn't be lying. All of this was most likely done by Sorokin on his own accord. As for his goal, I remember that he's always been passionate about recruiting players. Could it be that he concluded the pattern from my actions and wants to increase the attractiveness of his faction? After understanding the cause and effect, Han Xiao tried to guess Sorokin's logic and almost laughed out loud. So that's how it is. This guy thought that his actions were very secretive and only used some support-type mental abilities to make others think that it was the Limitless Financial Group's players who went berserk or used some special mental weapon. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so easy to link it to him, but the combat information has already sold you out, stinky little brother. Han Xiao secretly smiled. Little sorrowless, you've shot yourself in the foot this time. You've used the wrong method. Originally, you wanted to farm reputation, but now it has the opposite effect. Instead, you've ruined your reputation among the players. The worst thing was that this guy could not see the forums, so he was still in the dark and did not know that he was being scolded by the players. This is the advantage of having poor information, Han Xiaoxin thought. Sorokin's actions would definitely lose some of the Limitless Financial Group's players. Just nice. When these players were feeling empty and lonely, he could use his thick chest to warm them up and recruit them into the army. No matter how many he recruited, it would be a profit. Sorokin, I didn't mean to snatch your leaks. This time, you're the one who delivered them to me, Han Xiao chuckled. This feeling of sitting at home and not doing anything, just watching the enemy play themselves to death was really a little comfortable. Ever since he intervened yesterday, Sorokin had been paying attention to the subsequent developments. However, he did not see the situation he expected, and he could not help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, the Apocalypse Foundation turning the tables with his help should have more or less caused the other immortals to be amazed by the strength of the Limitless Financial Group's camp. But why did these people not react? It was not until the next day that he saw the Apocalypse Foundation's reaction. It was not the pursuit of victory that he expected, but the abandonment of the base, leaving the planet in a battleship, and withdrawing from the battlefield. Strange, what kind of reaction is this? In the office, Sorokin watched the live broadcast of the frontline news media, feeling a little incredulous. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Sorokin suddenly received a pop-up report from his artificial intelligence. With just a glance, his heart skipped a beat. The report was full of resignation notices from the immortals, and the number was still increasing rapidly. What's going on? Why are they withdrawing from the Limitless Financial Group? Sorokin was stunned. Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly turned to look at the interface of the news broadcast. On the screen, batches of immortals belonging to the Limitless Financial Group flew out of the stronghold and scattered in all directions. Some went to visit other neutral factions, but more went directly to the three mainstream factions, such as the Black Star Army faction. The rules did not restrict the players from changing factions on the spot, and the major guild alliances guaranteed the freedom of choice for the players. As long as there were no external factors, the rules allowed for the players to fight today and join tomorrow. The nature of the Limitless Financial Group was a galactic financial group. To the players, there was not much faction cohesion. Those who joined were all for the high benefits, so there was nothing to be reluctant about changing factions. And now, the First World Server War was destined to be recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles. If they missed this opportunity, they would not have another chance. In order to not be inexplicably disqualified, some of the Limitless Financial Group players did not hesitate to betray the faction on the spot. Seeing this scene, Sorokin was a little dumbfounded. The method I used, the principle is clearly the same as Black Star's, so why did it have the opposite effect? No, this is not how the script is written. Chapter 1199. The change in the Limitless Financial Group faction was just an interlude in the entire national war. After a portion of the players changed sides on the spot, the heat quickly subsided, and the various guild alliances continued to focus on fighting each other. The war progressed day by day, and a large number of players were eliminated every day. Because the number of revivals decreased, the surviving guild alliances became more and more cautious, not daring to act recklessly anymore. Coupled with the fact that many guilds had already been eliminated, the overall situation was not as intense as it had been the first 2 days. Because the Golden Alliance had always been at the top of the leaderboard, their advantage was too great. On the 5th day, the Black Star core faction was jointly attacked by the anti-Black Star battlefront, the 3 Universal Civilizations battlefront, and a bunch of scattered guild alliances, resulting in the most tragic battle since the start of the war. Although the Golden Alliance had an advantage in terms of average strength and revivals, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, after all, so they could not continue to maintain the excellent battle loss ratio. Their average death count jumped from 589 to 738. However, the advantage that the Golden Alliance had accumulated over the past few days was too strong. Even though their losses in this battle were not small, they still did not drop from the top of the leaderboard. Before this battle, only the Golden Alliance's death count did not exceed 6. The base number of the other guild alliances was too high. For example, the second place on the leaderboard was the September Council of the 3 Universal Civilizations battlefront. After the bloody battle, their average death count rose from 671 to 768. Although they won the battle, their total value was still not as high as the Golden Alliance's. According to the analysis on the forums, the threshold of the average death count was 9. Exceeding this number meant that the troops had lost their combat power. Now, the various guild alliances were infinitely close to this number. On the 6th day, the forces that had not been eliminated did not want to start a war. They all seemed to be planning to survive this day to refresh their revival count. Planet Milton suddenly became much quieter, with only sporadic flames of war. However, at night, the planet suddenly became lively again. The various guild alliances began to fight crazily. They took action at this time to buy time. This was because a player who used up all his revivals in 6 days would be considered permanently eliminated. Even if he refreshed on the 6th day, he would not be qualified to participate in the war again. The guild alliances planned to use the troops with healthier revivals to eliminate the heavily injured, with an average death count of 9-0 on the 6th night, weakening the opponent's troops. This way, after the refresh in the morning, it would be equivalent to 0 losses. On the 6th night, it directly turned into a great battle royale. Countless players fled in all directions, only wanting to survive the night. Meanwhile, the players who were slightly healthier turned into hunters, chasing after the heavily injured with obscene smiles. Of course, the roles of hunter and prey could be switched. From time to time, a hunter would become the prey and join the fleeing team. Compared to the fierce and hot-blooded battles of the past few days, the 6th night seemed to have turned into a game of hide-and-seek. Amidst the horror, there was also a bit of joy. That night was the largest elimination wave since the start of the war. A total of 70% of the players had been sent away. On the morning of the 7th day, when the resurrection count refreshed, less than half of the guild alliance's forces remained. Meanwhile, the other independent powers were even worse off. Most of them only had 1/4 to 1/5 of their forces left. Their plan to end the war within 6 days had failed. However, the size of their forces had been reduced, and the amount of resources they needed to invest had also decreased. The various large guild alliances could only lead their remaining forces and fight for another 6 days. They were basically out of ammunition and food. In the 3rd cycle, on the morning of the 13th day, there were only 6 guild alliances left on planet Milton. The Golden Alliance was one of them, and relatively speaking, it was also the force that had preserved its strength the best. However, all the players who had been eliminated did not leave. They still sat in their battleships and watched the battle in the outer space of planet Milton, placing bets on who would be the winner of the final circle. Because the margin for error had become even lower, everyone became more cautious. Under such circumstances, it became more and more difficult to eliminate the opponent's forces. As a result, the 6 guild alliances all chose to attack and win by eliminating the opponent's stronghold. After the first 2 cycles of war, the various guild alliances now did not have many troops left, causing the intensity of the battle to be far less than in the first cycle. At this time, another advantage of the Golden Alliance was greatly magnified, and that was the ability of the evolution badge. The aberrant body had strength far beyond the current level of players, but its shortcomings were also obvious. That was, it could not attack from afar and could only engage in close combat. Moreover, most of its skills were frozen. As a result, in large-scale army battles, the aberrant body's advantage could not be fully utilized. This was because the focus fire was too fierce, and the aberrant body could not hold on for too long. However, in small and medium-sized battles, the enemy's focus firepower would decrease, and the aberrant body's time on the field would increase, increasing the tactical effect of the aberrant body. At this point, the Golden Alliance no longer deliberately pursued the advantage of battle losses. It was not a loss to use the number of resurrections to destroy strongholds. They relied on the aberrant body's powerful attack power to attack strongholds one after another. On the 15th day, 2 guild alliances had been eliminated by them. On the 17th day, there were finally only 2 survivors left, namely the Golden Alliance and the Galactic Business Alliance. The 2 sides reached an agreement not to attack strongholds, but to fight head-on until there was no one left. They hoped that the First National War would end in a way that left no regrets. The 2 sides decided to finish what they started, and the battlefield was chosen to be the Dragon Hill, which had now become the Dragon Canyon. The 2 sides fought from morning to night, and in the end, the Golden Alliance won with a narrow advantage, killing everyone in the Galactic Business Alliance. In the end, only less than 2,000 core players of the Chinese guilds were left on the field. The nation war came to an end with such a result. As soon as it ended, the forums were filled with the celebration of the Chinese players. Even the players who were eliminated politely sent congratulatory messages, congratulating the Yan Huang Alliance for being the final winner of the First Nation War. The Galaxy Times and the reporters from all over the world also published reports, especially the war reporters led by Bun Hit Dog. They were full of praises and praised the Yan Huang Alliance from start. They started from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was so corny that even the Chinese players felt numb when they read it. The Galaxy Chronicles was updated in real time, naming the First National War as the Battle of Milton, and all the battles, big and small, were recorded in it. Because the chronicles were compiled by all players, such a huge project was not a problem at all. As long as everyone recorded the battles they had experienced, the entire process of a national war could be completely restored. After the national war ended, the players did not leave immediately. Many people reluctantly returned to planet Milton to clean up the environment. They did not demolish the strongholds built by the various guilds, but instead used engineering machines to transform them into cities. Because it was rare for people from all sides to gather together, some players set up stalls, and soon others joined in. It was as if this place had become a trading area. Many PK players were itching to fight, and they looked for people to spar with. Planet Milton became lively again, and many players seemed to treat this place as a new main city. In the office of the Black Star Palace, Han Xiao closed the forum interface with a smile on his face. After more than half a month, it's finally over. It took much longer than in my previous life. He did not provide any help during the whole process, and he was quite happy to see the Yan Huang Alliance win. The Chinese players achieved a good result, proving that his efforts in the past 4 versions were fruitful. The First National War in his previous life had a far-reaching impact, and it was one of the symbols of the Galaxy Chronicles. The rules of the battlefield had been passed down and became a tradition recognized by the players. If there were any national wars in the future, these rules would be followed. The victory of the Yan Huang Alliance would definitely increase the attractiveness of the faction, which was equivalent to endless free advertising. In the future, when new players chose a faction, they would first consider the army, and if old players opened SMUF accounts, they would most likely join the Black Star Corps, which had huge potential benefits. Most importantly, the national war had been fought for so long, and it had brought him far more benefits than he expected. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the value of the EXP bar, and he could not help but smile. There is still about 2 months before the Pro League. I thought it would take a while to get enough EXP, but I didn't expect to get enough EXP this time. According to his calculations, he should have accumulated enough EXP to level up from level 331 to level 340, which was earlier than expected. A large portion of the EXP was contributed by the former Limitless Financial Group player who had changed his backer midway. Little Sorrow, thank you for your help. Half of the military medal is yours. Han Xiaoxin was elated. Finally, he had accumulated enough EXP. Without any hesitation, he directly put all the EXP in a leveling up. Divine Throw Mechanic, leveled up to LV 32. Plus 500 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 18 END, plus 25 INT. You have received 20 free attribute points and 1 awakening point. Divine Throw Mechanic, leveled up to LV 40. Plus 500 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 18 END, plus 25 INT. You have received 20 free attribute points and 1 awakening point. You have received the LV 340 promotion mission. LV 340 promotion mission, one of the God's Trait transformation, has reached level 10. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. His God's Trait transformation machinery had already reached level 9, and he only needed to build 1 more universal treasure to reach level 10. The upper limit of the Divine Throw Mechanic class was level 60,340. There was no class advancement mission, only the promotion mission. As long as he completed this requirement, he could advance. It doesn't seem that difficult this time. Han Xiao could not help but have such a thought, but he then shook his head and laughed. It's not that the mission is not difficult, but I'm just too good. He originally wanted to throw a mission completion card, but seeing this, he gave up on the idea. Anyway, he would definitely level up his God's Trait transformation, so there was no need to waste a mission completion card. After the Intelligent Plague incident, the dynasty had already opened up the exchange channel for gold-gray blueprints, and he had enough contribution points. He could directly exchange for a blueprint and build it at home. It would not take long, and he still had the patience. Furthermore, the effect of the evolution cube depended on his energy level. Now that he had the Dragon Emperor Star energy absorption technique, Han Xiao planned to raise his energy level to a higher level and obtain an additional bonus from the evolution cube. This would not take much time because his current energy level was not far from the standard for the next level. Han Xiao directly took out his communicator and contacted the people of the Red Empire. After expressing his needs in this regard, he soon received a list of blueprints that could be exchanged from the Red Empire. He browsed through it carefully, selected one, and sent out an exchange request. Next, he only needed to wait for the upper echelons of the dynasty to complete the approval, and he would be able to obtain the blueprint. Gold-grade blueprints were extremely precious to mechanics, and they could not be bought even if they had the money. However, at the height that Han Technician was at, such a rare resource could be easily obtained. Having power in his hands was truly satisfying. Han Xiaoxin was in a good mood. Playing with the communicator while waiting for the dynasty's reply, he casually glanced at the lively scene on planet Milton on the monitor and suddenly had an idea. In his previous life, the location of the First National War was like planet Milton now, one of the main cities with commemorative significance. Unfortunately, after the last version update, that planet was requisitioned and was no longer open to the public. It had always been a place that many players regretted. When the 3 universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance are done fighting, the 4th exploration phase will officially be included in the explored universe. I might as well buy planet Milton and the surrounding few planets and give them to the Yan Huang Alliance. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. This move would not only deepen the army's presence among the players, but also reward the Yan Huang Alliance. The excellent results of the Yan Huang Alliance had brought him huge benefits. Although this was an internal matter among the players, he could not be too stingy. He should do something to deepen the army's sense of belonging to the faction. Isn't it just a few planets? How much money is that? He could just buy them. Chapter 1200. Super Godly Mechanic will be updated at midnight. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1201. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Because the Battle of Milton was over, the Pro League, which was still in its preparation period, became more and more popular. Most players preferred to pay attention to new events and analysis posts about the strength of the professional players of the various clubs began to flood the forums. The various teams also began to promote and mobilize. However, Han Xiao did not pay attention to any of this. As soon as the dynasty's gold blueprint was in his hands, he threw everything to Sylvia and focused on the machine. Because it was his first time creating this blueprint, Han Technician spent half a month fiddling with it. After many failures and accumulating a lot of proficiency points, he finally created a gold-grade product and obtained one God's Trait Transformation point. It's finally done. God's Trait Transformation, Machinery, has reached Stage 10. Your life level has undergone an unknown change. You have a new understanding of machinery, plus 15% chance of forming a unique talent. Universal Simulation has been upgraded. You have perceived a portion of the authority of the transformation route, unknown talent. You have received one, the first Sanctum ability fragment. My guess right. It's indeed 5 stages as 1 level. Han Xiao nodded. When his God's Trait Transformation reached Stage 5, the same notification appeared, and this time he had obtained another, the first Sanctum fragment. He looked at the effects of Stage 10. From Apostle Mechanic to Divine Throne Mechanic, his machinery skill level +3, machinery affinity +1, 2x, ability strength +40%, attack power +1, 3x, shield strength +1, 3x, machinery core power +60%, output power +30%. It was basically a copy of Stage 5, but it was a little better. Just like Stage 5, this wave also increases my combat strength. Not bad, not bad. And what's this? Han Xiao glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He realized that the progress behind the ability's name had changed. It should have been 10/. Now it had become 10/15. The question marks have changed. So the maximum number of God's trait transformations is 15? It seems that this limit can only be seen after reaching a certain level. He browsed through it carefully and found that it wasn't just a small change. From the 10th level to the 11th level, the transformation point requirement had suddenly increased to 6. At the same time, an unexpected notification popped up. Your God's Trait Transformation Machinery has reached Stage 10. You have triggered a transformation requirement. Every time you complete a requirement, you can reduce the God's Trait Transformation point cost by 1. 1. Reach level 3452. Comprehend an exclusive talent. Develop a gold-grade blueprint on your own. Not only do the transformations from the 10th level and above require points, but they also require hard conditions. It's a bit like an advancement mission. I wonder if the mission completion card will work. Han Xiaoxin thought. Although he was a little surprised by the changes in the God's Trait Transformation, he had no intention of testing it for the time being. He turned around and asked the mechanical assistants to tidy up the workshop before using the king to teleport to a barren planet where he had already buried a beacon. Swoosh! His vision changed, and he was already in a desolate underground canyon. Looking up, the cliff extended all the way to the sky, forming a line of sight. This was a planet located in the center of the Black Star Corps' territory. He had chosen to advance here because he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. Han Xiao put away the throne that the mechanical army had placed here, took out the evolution cube, and activated it. The pitch-black evolution energy spread out, and Han Xiao guided it into his body. A tide-like pain suddenly erupted, and a black cocoon formed outside his body. On the interface, notifications of the evolution cube taking effect flooded the screen like a waterfall. Han Xiao silently endured the pain brought by the evolution and looked at the notifications. You have used the evolution cube goal quality. You have received a permanent special buff, gene optimization, evolution cube, detecting species. Detection complete. Your current species is Black Star Race. Your gene structure is being optimized. The first optimization was successful. Your potential has increased. It has been detected that you have triggered this level of optimization. You have received the following attributes: +0 STR, +0 DX, +1 END, +2 INT, +0 MYS, +0 CHA, +3 energy. Your energy level is higher than LV, 0. The second optimization was successful. Your potential has increased. It has been detected that you have triggered this level of optimization. You have received the following attributes: +1 STR, +1 DX, +2 END, +3 INT, +0 MYS, +0 CHA, +4 energy. During this period, he had taken the time to practice the Dragon Emperor Star energy absorption technique. The day before yesterday, he had already reached the standard of level 24 of the energy realm. When he used the evolution cube for the first time, his energy level was only LV14. The genetic optimization from level 1 to level 16 had been triggered before, and the effect of repeated use was far less than before. However, the genetic optimization from level 17 to level 26 was triggered for the first time, so the effect was normal. All in all, his STR and DX had increased by about 700 points, his YINI had increased by about 900 points, and his INT had increased by about 1,100 points. His MYS and CHA had increased by about 500 points, which added up to about 4,500 attribute points. As for his energy, it had increased by about 4,000 points. The effect is not bad. The increase is even greater than the first time. The main reason is that the higher the level, the greater the increase. You have received 26 levels of genetic optimization, plus 40% EXP required to level up. Duration, 26 months. You have met the special conditions. You have an exclusive racial talent and have received more than 20 levels of genetic optimization. You have triggered a special effect. During the next race evolution, your attributes will increase by 30%, and your exclusive racial talent will be strengthened. Genetic optimization complete. With a crack, the black cocoon shattered, and the evolution energy returned to the evolution cube. The pain caused by the genetic optimization slowly subsided. Han Zhao's nerves were now extremely tough, and this little bit of pain could not even distract him. He looked at the notification on the interface and could not help but be overjoyed. He had thought that the evolution cube would only give him a bonus of 10 levels the first time he used it, and the bonus effect of 20 levels was something he did not expect. In his previous life, no player had triggered it before, and no one had such a high energy level. Last time, it provided an additional race evolution opportunity. This time, it increases the attributes of the race evolution. Wonderful. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. During the level 300 evolution, the evolution option of the Void Angel level had already appeared. This meant that the level 340 evolution would touch the peak of the Void route, and there was an 80% chance that the gene limiter would be removed. With the gene limiter removed, the attributes of the race evolution would be much higher than normal evolution, so he was pleasantly surprised. Good things come in pairs. It wasn't in vain that I spent time with Fudin whenever I had free time. Han Xiao was extremely excited. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and put away the evolution cube. His expression became serious. He looked at the completed status of the level 340 promotion mission and solemnly chose to complete it. Boom! The ground shook. Level 340 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. Plus 120 basic ENE bonus. 1 END equals 690 health equals 700 stamina. On the path of evolution, you have once again taken a step forward. Your race has been detected as Black Star Race, exclusive race, unable to be changed. Randomly drawing 5 matching evolutionary directions. Drawing complete. Please select 2 from the 5 races below to receive a talent each. 1. St. Carmel Race 2. Void Deity, Human Form 3. Internal Star 4. Void Ancestor, New, Human Form 5. Void World Worm. Were these 2 things? Han Xiao endured the drastic changes in his body and was confused. Of the 5 options, he had never heard of St. Carmel Race and Internal Star. He checked the database, but there was no record of them either. At this level of evolution, there's finally something new that I haven't seen before. Han Xiao was a little curious, but since he had already come this far, he naturally had no intention of changing. He did not know what abilities these 2 options had, so he did not plan to take the risk. As for the Void World Worm, he knew that it was a symbiotic life, form-born in the void dimension, and was an important part of the natural cycle of the dimension. It usually fed on void energy and space turbulence, forming solid excrement. It was one of the sources of matter in the void dimension. The Void Spirit and the Void Ancestor were the pinnacle of the evolution path of the void, and they both had the effect of removing the gene limiter. Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly chose these 2 races, choosing a talent from each of them. You have received a new talent, Gene Limiter Removal. You have received a new talent, Void Authority. Gene Limiter Removal. Your body's strength can break through the limits of your species, greatly releasing your potential. You will receive a huge amount of attributes, and there is a chance to increase related attributes when doing daily activities. Void Authority. You can control the void dimension to a certain extent, including but not limited to using void energy to strengthen yourself, absorbing void dimension at high speed, transforming void energy into energy, summoning the void dimension. Void Authority. Kasui definitely has this ability. Otherwise, his energy recovery speed would not be so terrifying. Han Xiao nodded. This ability was the most valuable one out of all the talents, and it was equivalent to obtaining a part of the Void Dimension's operation authority. Your Black Star Race talent, Mechanical Genius, has been improved. Mechanical Genius. Machinery affinity increased from 1.28x to 1.38x. Machinery creation performance increased from 44% to 54%. +1 all mechanic skills. Effect unchanged. Prompt. Gene optimization. Evolution cube. S effect has been activated. Your Black Star Race talent, Mechanical Genius, has been improved. Mechanical Genius. Machinery affinity increased from 1.38x to 1.48x. Machinery creation performance increased from 54% to 64%. +2 all mechanic skills. Life level sublimation, molecular structure improvement, organ structure strengthening, metabolism changes. The Black Star Race's potential has been improved. You have received +410 STR, +384 DX, +561 END, +901 INT, +659 MYS, +347 CHA, +10,000 energy. Energy realm bonus attributes have been changed. Gene limiter removal has taken effect. According to your current life level, race potential, and current attributes, you have received bonus attributes. +1,876 STR, +1,670 DX, +2,348 END, +3,971 INT, +1,350 MYS, +966 CHA, +23,400 energy. Prompt. Gene optimization. Evolution cube. S effect has been activated. F*CK. What the F*CK? Han Zhao's pupils constricted, and he could not help but speak in his native language. This attribute replenishment was the biggest one he had received so far. Including the bonus from the evolution cube, the total attribute points he had received this time was around 20,000. At this time, the energy in his body became more and more unstable. Han Zhao's entire body emitted a dazzling light, as if he had turned into a star core. The surging energy rampaged within his body, as if it was looking for an exit. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The next moment, his body shook violently, and the energy shot out. Boom! With Han Zhao's body as the center, the violent energy suddenly swept out. The earth instantly shattered and melted, turning into a blazing red magma ocean. This desolate planet was like a black egg. The next second, it exploded, and a golden sun broke out of its shell. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Han Xiaoxin's mind. Luckily, I didn't advance in my base camp. Otherwise, my home would be gone. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.